123, 123, ovo je engleski kanal, hrvatski. Engleski 123, sve ok. energy security in the era of rapid decarbonization. Before we start, I would kindly ask you to hold your put face masks on throughout the whole conference and to comply with epidemiological measures. Energy conferences of Jutarnji list have been an affirmed platform to have a public discussion on the domestic energy policy with the participation of leading Croatian and European actors, business and political leaders, as well as renowned representatives of the academic community. Some of the issues that we are going to research and explore today is whether we should consider the broadening of the spectrum of the administration or application of regulated prices of energy. Is it good to limit profit margins in energy supply? Are we facing further consolidation of the gas market? And who is responsible for the security of the supply of energy? Is it energy companies or the state? And that is precisely why we have gathered today key participants of the energy sector in order to provide arguments and critical thinking of the possibilities and opportunities, as well as the risks faced by the Croatian energy system. That's why we are very happy that at the very beginning we can welcome the distinguished guests and invitees who have also joined us and recognized the importance of this topic. We have with us today the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Andrej Plenković. Tomislav Ćorić, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development. Representatives of the diplomatic corps accredited in the Republic of Croatia, chairmen of the board, distinguished businessmen and experts, academic community, sponsors, and of course representatives of the media. At the very beginning, we are going to invite Editor-in-Chief of Jutarnji list Daily, Mr. Goran Ogurlić, to welcome us all. Good morning to you all, dear guests, invitees, participants of this conference. Allow me at the very beginning to address you on behalf of the organizer to welcome the Prime Minister, Mr. Andrej Plenković, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development, Mr. Tomislav Ćorić, our partners of the conference, representation of the European Commission headed by the head of delegation, Mr. Ognjen Zlatev, numerous chairmen of the board of the most important energy companies in Croatia, all of the present ambassadors, especially the ambassador of the Ukraine, Mr. Vasil Kirilic, with their guests and all of the representatives of the media. The conference, The World of Energy, organized by Jutarnji list, is traditionally the first annual gathering of the key stakeholders in the Croatian energy sector, from the representatives of the industry to the academic community, media, and the interested public. This year's edition, titled Energy Security in the Era of Rapid Decarbonization, will analyze the new direction of the development of the Croatian energy sector and the market, mostly based on the initiatives of the European Commission expressed in the legislative package Fit for 55. This new European climate ambitions is also strengthened by the conclusions of the recent Global Climate Summit in Glasgow. But on the other hand, Europe, due to the economic recovery from the pandemic 2020, has faced also the rapid growth of prices for key energy products, which have also made the security of energy questionable. It turns out that the European creators of energy policies are facing a horizon where they have to work in parallel on achieving two seemingly contradictory but actually complementary objectives: the reduction of the carbon footprint of energy production and providing for a high degree of energy security. This year's fast growth of prices on the European energy market and in the context of the new legislative package has again opened up the question of the adequate energy mix, which can enable Europe to implement decarbonization while maintaining the necessary energy security. After several months of negotiations and consultations, the Commission has also published the official proposal of the so-called taxonomy, defining the energy technologies that are acceptable to be financed in that regard. Given this necessary question arising for all member states, and especially for those less economically developed, below average purchasing power of citizens, is how to optimize investments into production facilities and energy infrastructure to make it possible to realize the declared objectives with as little burden for the consumers as possible. To Today we are going to hear on this topic from the most important stakeholders in this sector in two interesting panels, and I hope we will get interesting answers. I would like to thank all of you who are present here for coming, and I wish you a pleasant stay at the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ogurlic. On behalf of HAP, we are going to hear from the chairman of the board, Mr. Frane Barbaric. The floor is yours.
Dear Prime Minister, Mr. Plenković, dear Minister Ćorić, Madam Hanžeković, Chief Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Ogurlic, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the diplomatic corps. I would like to welcome you warmly and thank you for this occasion to address you on behalf of Croatian Power Company. In this introductory part of this prestigious energy conference, you probably expect that my first introductory words would reflect on a dramatic situation in the energy market and its reflection on Croatia. But I will begin differently. I will share with you some of the current information regarding our projects that have not been publicly publicized, so this is exclusive news. In December last year, we had a solar power plant nearby Vrlika put in operation, which is the fifth our solar power plant. These are self-standing power plant and not more than 60 that we have on the roofs. Then in Vukovar Gorica, a rest area, 5 filling stations have been connected with a battery system. This is the first such system in the function of optimization of filling station functioning. And the third project is the new cogeneration plant in Osijek. This project and this facility we had last year public information about its feasibility study and its environmental impact study. It is important because of the context and the background of these projects, because we see great turbulences in the energy market. We see a steep increase in prices, raw materials, energy, equipment. We see disruption in supply chains. And the global context, of course, includes continuation of COVID pandemic and also a strong increase in demand for energy and energy product. And we also are facing climate changes. As a result of these unfavorable circumstances, last year, all our input costs have increased. The market, the energy stock exchange in Hungary was faced with 32 euro price that jumped to 121. The situation is still the same, and the projected price in this year is now 150 euro. The purchasing price of gas increased by 60% in comparison to last year, coal double as much, and import of energy more than 40%, and emission new allowances more than 75%. Luckily, our hydropower plants have exceeded their capacity. On the other hand, we can say that after several years of decrease, there was an increase in investment in solar power plants by more than 50%. In public purchasing procedures for the execution of work, we cannot actually express how we've exceeded the projected prices, and that has impacted the revitalization projects of Zagreb heat pipeline. And what were we to do in such circumstances? We could just cross our hands and do nothing, but we could have invested more effort, which is what we did. Another reason why I did mention these 3 projects and reflected on them in my introduction, because the new solar power plant symbolizes the renewable course of action of our company. We see that filling station electromobility is becoming more important, and the new facility in Osijek just confirms that for years we'll have to count on conventional sources of energy. In terms of solar power plants, in addition to 5 that are put in operation, Two of them are forthcoming. For example, Črnkovci in Slavonia. This is the first solar power plant that is going to be built based on collaboration agreement with 18 cities and municipalities. The total capacity of such power plants is 168 megawatts, and investment value is more than 1 billion kunas. According to the same model, we will also implement more solar power plants by 2030. The second half of these projects would be covered by our project developments, like Donja Dubrava solar power plant, and we recently signed the agreement for its construction. But the largest project is Horlat. The estimated value is 500 million kunas. This solar power plant will be built in addition to the existing wind power plant, which will constitute a renewable hybrid park. More solar power plants will be built on our islands, and together with battery storage, we will contribute to self-sufficiency of islands based on renewables. Sustainable energy and overall island development in compliance with the national strategy will also be enforced by other projects that will strengthen energy infrastructure. So our national recovery and resilience plans also foresees funds of 200 million kunas that will cover 22 islands. This plan also foresees 1.2 billion kunas for modernization and development of advanced grids, including smart meters. And this plan also includes financing of energy storages, filling stations for e-vehicles, and also the production facilities for hydrogen production. We are going to use this opportunity because all of the above mentioned will provide us with other opportunities to use excess electricity. The development of these specific projects will be in compliance with our national hydrogen strategy, which is forthcoming. We collaborate with many operators with whom we've already concluded memorandum of understanding. Hydrogen is foreseen in all our projects of gas power plants, and also for our cogenerations. So we have one such cogeneration plant that is going to be built in Zagreb. We mustn't forget hydropower plants that for years are going to be the backbone of our production portfolio. For instance, senior revitalization of other hydropower plants by 2030 will include investments of 6 billion kunas. We will still work on our diversification as our priority, but we are going to waive one source of energy. In accordance with EU guidelines in Croatia, by 2033, we are going to stop using coal for energy production or electricity production, so Plomin will probably stop being competitive in the market. And that's why on the same venue we will replace coal with alternative fuels. We have seriously also considered the nuclear option. After Croatia has acceded the initiative for enforcement of nuclear energy as a mode of combat against climate changes, so we are planning to build the other block of Krško power plant. Also, we have very serious ambitions for CO2 reductions, and we won't be able to achieve such targets if we don't waive certain sources of energy. We do need sun and wind, but the optimum space for their use is limited. And we need other sources when there is no sun and wind. And we are aware that very soon in Croatia, gas will be phased out from electricity production, but at the time it is inevitable. And that's why we have to use low carbon or neutral carbon options, including energy use of waste. The markets are volatile. The circumstances require very rapid but seriously thoughtful decisions. This is the time when we see the strategic importance of energy for the functioning of our society. Now is the time when we can recognize the importance of close collaboration between governments and key subjects and key entities in the energy sector. Without such collaboration, today we would be more exposed to gas crisis because we wouldn't have LNG terminal, which in the first year of its operation has become a very important route for gas import. The European Union and its members have to reconcile the demand, tariffs for the consumers and green transition. These days and weeks, we are discussing energy tariffs, and this is going to be our topic today as well. We don't want to suggest any conclusions, but I would just like to share with you some baseline data. Households in Croatia pay electricity much less than the EU average, and the electricity cost is only 3% of their total costs. According to the most latest Eurostat data for the first half of the year in 2021, lower prices only for households on Malta, Bulgaria, and Hungary. In comparison to most developed countries, we see that the prices have increased in the second half of last year. But to interpret such statistics, we have to take into account socially vulnerable groups of our society. And our company has many times shown that it takes this into account, including the current prices owing to the pandemic and the earthquake. So in 2021, based on the government conclusions, we've waived the costs and the extra costs for those affected by the earthquake, and we are going to write off such costs this year as well. We have to say that our company is socially engaged, but also strive to use the social potential. For a 3-year period, we planned investments that exceed 112 billion kronas. We also are very engaged in energy security and decarbonization, but also in the growth of Croatian economy, because the energy sector could step up the development, economic development, an increase in export, an increase in GDP. In order to use all these potentials, we need to join our forces, including the government, local and regional government units, the academia, and energy company. This company is a very good step in that direction. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Barbaric. And virtually, we will also hear a special address by Executive Vice President of EC, Frans Timmermans, who will say something about the topic of this conference and also share with us the efforts of the EC.
Ladies and gentlemen, dobro jutro, and thank you very much for inviting me to address you today. Our fight against the climate and biodiversity crises knows no single solution, no easy win. It requires a profound transformation which will bring important changes to every sector of the economy. Difficult as these changes are, one thing is clear. Doing nothing will put us in an even more difficult situation. Look at where we are with just a 1.1 degree increase in temperature. Droughts, floods, heat waves, as well as forest fires that grow in frequency and intensity. Every single country in Europe is feeling the impact, and it's no wonder that public support for climate action has stayed so high even during the pandemic. To tackle the climate and biodiversity crises, we have to drive down greenhouse gas emissions, turn the page on fossil fuels, and close the book on coal. Decarbonization and green growth based on new technologies are at the heart of the European Green Deal. The European Union is working to cut its emissions by at least 55% by 2030 to put us on track for reaching climate neutrality by 2050. Meeting these targets is not just a political commitment. Since the adoption of the European climate law, it is also a legal requirement. And I should add, it's a moral obligation as well. We owe it to the younger generations to act for their future. The Fit for 55 proposals we presented last year will help deliver the necessary changes. Fairness is a key principle in all of our proposals. Because if this transition is not just, there just will be no transition. We share the burden equitably among member states, support regions who face the toughest transition, and create a dedicated fund to help low-income families afford an electric vehicle or cleaner heating. The green transition also creates new economic opportunities. If any sector knows this well, it's the energy sector. You demonstrate how fast change can happen. Just a few years ago, most renewable investments still required government subsidies. Now, we see that companies are beginning to pay governments for the possibility to develop renewable energy sites. The rapid scale up of renewables alongside the development of new energy carriers like hydrogen also means that there is a growing demand for skilled workers. The International Renewable Energy Agency has calculated that between 2012 and 2020, nearly 5 million jobs were created in renewable energy alone. Renewables create more jobs than fossil fuels. It underlines why the European Green Deal truly is a growth strategy. But our transition is difficult, and as with any difficult task, it is easy to give in to the temptation of slowing down or putting things off, especially when you encounter unexpected obstacles. Europe is today confronted with large energy price spikes. Rising demand for gas, supply disruption, as well as geopolitical tensions have disrupted the global gas market and pushed the topic of energy security high on the agenda. I want to be very clear. The best way to real and lasting energy security is renewable energy. The more energy we generate ourselves, the less we depend on expensive fossil fuel imports. The current situation with Russia only underlines the importance of increasing our energy independence. And with renewable energy, money spent on energy bills is spent in the EU for European businesses. To mitigate the consequences of the current price spikes, VAT reductions and direct income support provide important solutions in the short term. They are necessary, but they are also temporary. To be less dependent, less vulnerable, we need to increase the share of renewables in our energy system, boost energy renovation of houses and buildings, and improve overall energy efficiency. After all, the cheapest energy is energy not used. If we do this, we can lift families out of energy poverty and help the more than 300,000 Croatians who now struggle to keep their homes warm in winter. Getting there requires regulation as well as funding. That is why our Fit for 55 significantly scales up the support available. To give you an example, the new emissions trading system for road and buildings comes with a social climate fund. With this fund, Croatia could receive 1.4 billion euros to help vulnerable households and small enterprises overcome the investment burden of installing solar panels, buying an electric car, or switching to a different heating system. The proposed increase of the modernization fund would likewise be of benefit. This fund already supports renewable energy and energy efficiency projects in Croatia and is available for the decarbonization of the energy sector as well. We still have a lot of work on our plates, but 2030 is around the corner and we hear the clock ticking. I hope that we can count on your continued efforts to speed up decarbonization and the renewable energy transition in Croatia. The sooner we do this, the earlier our citizens can benefit from cleaner air, well-heated homes, new job opportunities, and the quicker we improve Europe's overall energy security. And the quicker we can bring energy bills down, by the way. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you a very successful conference.
Thank you, Mr. Timmermans, and we are especially glad that we have with us today the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković. The floor is yours. Good morning. I would like to welcome you all, distinguished Madam Hanžeković, Mr. Ogurlić, dear Mr. Ćorić, dear officials, dear heads of the most important energy companies in Croatia, dear friends from other countries, and of course, dear representatives of the media. It is a pleasure for me to participate in yet another conference organized by Jutarnji List dedicated to the topic of energy security in the era of rapid decarbonization, at a moment when Croatia, the European Commission, and the whole world are facing the challenges and significant changes on the global energy market. The coronavirus pandemic that we are still struggling with has caused a healthcare, economic, and social crisis which is unprecedented. The government, as you know, has undertaken a series of measures in order to mitigate the negative effects of the pandemic on the Croatian economy. And we can say that here we have deviated perhaps from our political philosophy of the main parliamentary party, the Croatian Democratic Union, as the party of the right center, which advocates for social market economy, which advocates for the freedom of entrepreneurship, and which advocates for the responsibility of individuals as a triangle in which we see our economy functioning. But here, due to the circumstances in the first and in the second mandate, we had to start using a series of interventional measures. We have done that in order to primarily preserve jobs, as many as 700,000 of them, which is very specific, and we tend to forget. This is specifically every other job in the private sector in Croatia, namely those employees received salaries from the state through their employers, and they work in the private sector. Thus, we provided for the livelihood of our families, we provided for salaries to Croatian workers, and we made it possible for as many as 120,000 companies not to be in a situation to declare bankruptcy, but rather to survive and to overcome the crisis caused by the coronavirus. Therefore, this past year was a year of a strong economic recovery owing to the agility of the Croatian economy, our businessmen and our citizens. Also owing to the excellent tourist season, which in terms of revenue was almost at the level of the record 2019, in which we invested a lot and prepared very well, but also owing to the Croatian exports. And for that reason, we optimistically await the final sum or calculation, which will show us the assessed growth of GDP in 2021. It was far above the expected, even double what we expected and what we have been can be summarized in the slogan of under-promise and over-deliver. So the growth should be over 10% of GDP in 2021. In the previous period, from 2016 to date, we have an average salary growth by 30%, almost 1,700 kuna. So the growth in employment rate by also a certain percentage. We have 20,000 more employed than in 2019, 35,000 more than in 2020. And additionally, according to the latest data, and here I'm talking about the European statistics, Croatia is among the member states with the highest drop in the share of public debt in the GDP. And now we are at 82.4%, which means we are going back to the trajectory taken in 2016, which made it possible for us to leave the procedures of excessive budget deficit and also of excessive macroeconomic imbalances, and to fulfill the criteria related to the European exchange rate mechanism too, and to prepare for membership in the Eurozone, and finally for Croatia at our times to reach the highest credit rating in history. This last assessment by Fitch, BBB, is the best credit investment rating ever. All this demonstrates that we are working on what our strategic objectives are. And this is also something that we declared at the beginning of our first mandate. This is something we have been preparing and implementing, and this is the year of delivery. It's also the year of delivery when it comes to membership in the Eurozone, where we expect the key decisions to be made mid this year. And you've also seen the different legislation and guidelines for the preparation of economy. And finally, at this time, 12 months from now, Croatia should be using euro. The second strategic objective of entering the Schengen area. And here also we have done all of the thorough and basic preparations. We received favorable evaluations, and now we are in the final stages of finishing the process. And the latest news from yesterday, the third strategic objective that is not discussed as much because compared to the other two is a little bit more distant and almost represents the last possible organization that Croatia, based on its size, impact, and influence, or whatever exists on the international level, can become, which is that yesterday negotiations were open for membership of Croatia in the OECD, with its headquarters in Paris, together with 5 other countries, and this organization gathers the most developed countries of the world. This is the framework that we have to take into account also in the context of today's topic. And this context is that the world faces 2 major opposed and related challenges, the climate challenge and the energy challenge. On one hand, we have been witnessing the fastest global warming in the last few million years, which could cause increasingly pronounced climate changes and increasingly frequent weather conditions that we could characterize as extreme. If we do not reduce the GHG emissions from fossil fuels, we are going to cause fatal changes for the agriculture, much more migrations than what we have today, numerous social unrests, and huge damage to the economy and living standard throughout the world. On the other hand, if in an increasingly overcrowded world we wish to maintain the current living standard, the current industrial civilizations, we have to provide for supply with energy, without which there is no production, there is no transport or traffic, there's no heating, there's no electricity. Namely, 99.5% of global production and activity rests and relies on the consumption of energy, and only 0.5% on the physical labor of the entire population of the world. In other words, were it not for energy products and energy that is used to supply all of the machines, vehicles, and so on, the world GDP would be 200 times smaller or low. The quality of life that we have today compared to what we had in the pre-industrial era is owed exclusively to energy, primarily to fossil fuels. Therefore, if we wish to maintain the current living standard and protect ourselves from the detrimental climate changes caused by the emissions of CO2, in the subsequent decades, we need to find alternatives to fossil fuels, which nowadays account for 80% of primary energy consumption, whereas, for instance, wind and solar energy account for only 3%. And they will never have the potential of, on their own, replacing oil, gas, and coal. Therefore, aware of those challenges, it is key for us in this key energy transition to find for Croatia the best energy mix, as has already been mentioned today, which will at the same time reduce our GHG emissions, guarantee stable energy supply from different sources, and provide for as high as possible energy independence in the context of a midterm, increasingly lower stocks of oil, of fossil fuels, and even more expensive. In that context, the pandemic has significantly disrupted the global supply chains and caused an explosion of world prices of energy, oil, gas, and brought about record prices for electricity in the European market. What are the causes of this growth? These are increased demand for oil and gas in Asian markets, then low level of fulfillment of the European storage gas capacities for the past season. We have been witnessing reduced delivery of gas from the Russian market to Europe. We are also facing reduced investments into the research and production of fossil fuels, reduction of production in, for instance, Norway and the Netherlands. And we can also agree that the necessary transition of energy policies towards renewables also affects the prices, as well as the increase in the prices of GHGs. It is also of note that the global discoveries of hydrocarbons at the lowest level in the last 55 years, and that we have also not seen a significant increase in the production of oil in the OPEC Plus country because of the expected fourth and fifth wave of the pandemic. At the same time, predictions for the global production of hydrocarbons, in other words, oil and coal, show that those reserves are not eternal in the world, that we will have to face a drop in the production of hydrocarbons, which means that we are entering an era in which we must accelerate the transition to renewable energy sources in order to be able to provide for the necessary energy for economies and households. All of these are elements that affect the price of oil and gas, which we very much bear in mind because this directly reflects on the price of heating, vehicles or fuel, food, and production. Our citizens, unlike the citizens of some other member states, in the previous period did not feel a significant increase in energy prices. For instance, the price of electricity in the European Union in late last year increased on average by 30%. In Berlin, thus, the price increased by 9%. In Vienna, 27%. In Amsterdam, as much as 114%. The government attentively analyzes the energy price trends as well as the measures undertaken by other member states, and we are currently considering all of the options that can protect the citizens' standard. And here I again go back to interventionism as one of the way that the government has been acting in all of these circumstances in the last few years. We have demonstrated this also in the fall of last year when we used the legislative possibilities and when we adopted the regulation to limit the price of fuel. This extraordinary measure was repealed when the prices stabilized, but we're still monitoring the situation in the Mediterranean market, and we have the instruments that we can deploy if the need arises. We are also considering the situation with regards to the prices of gas and their increase. As you know, the prices for households are, as we can call it, guaranteed by April this year, and until then, Croatian citizens will not feel an increase in the prices on their invoices. However, precisely because of that, as was announced last week in the Parliament and by me, by the entire economic team of the government, different ministers, we are going to be guided by activities in three segments. First of all, with the basic objective of mitigating the impact on the standard of our citizens and of our households, given the global increase in prices of energy. The first segment is the measure of social transfers. In other words, increase of benefits for those among us who are socially vulnerable. Today, this is a benefit which amounts to a maximum of 200 kuna, a voucher received by 64,000 households in Croatia, those that are most vulnerable, and Through the principle of solidarity, we thus cover the cost of electricity. Our plan is to adopt a new framework, a new regulatory framework, where we are going to increase the scope of those benefits. In other words, we are going to extend the scope of application in addition to electricity to gas also, and also to extend the scope of the receivers of those social benefits and then increase the amount. So we are going to act on all three segments to maintain the social inclusion and to protect those that are most vulnerable in the Croatian society. The second part of the package pertains to considering all of the benefits that exist in the final calculation of the price of gas or electricity. And here we are also going to rely on the important role of the HEP, which is a state energy company, and which under these circumstances, as others, has both the strength to bear a part of this brunt. And the third element is to consider all of the mechanisms that we have through tax legislation. We all know that the tax VAT for electricity is 13 percentage points, for gas 25%, and in that regard we conduct thorough analysis of fiscal effects when, of course, we consider reductions in prices in order to use this as another way to eventually reduce the impact on the citizens and on the economy. In the context of the global energy crisis that we have been witnessing, there are often speculations about the potential issues with the energy supply. I would like to emphasize that Croatia still has a significant domestic production of hydrocarbons, oil that satisfies about 20% of the domestic consumption, and gas, which, according to the data for last year, we produce for about 30% of domestic needs. Domestic production, together with the terminal, LNG terminal on the island of Krk, is going to guarantee that we are always going to have gas. They provide an anchor for us, an anchor that we can rely on, especially taking into account the fact that numerous global experts and organizations such as OPEC predict short-term increase in prices and demand for hydrocarbons. With the construction of the LNG terminal on the island of Krk, Croatia has provided for a safe supply of gas from any part of the world and at any moment, but not just for Croatia. We are rather talking also about an alternative supply direction for other neighboring European countries. We have recognized the strategic importance of this project for the energy independence of Croatia and for the diversification of supply. In discussions with the energy sector experts over the recent years, we realized that this is a topic that has been discussed for 4 decades. For 4 decades and after which, practically at the very beginning of our second mandate, we finally completed this project, a project that gives Croatia a completely new dimension on the energy map of Europe. We received the support and co-financing from EU funds, but the rest of the money, we said, okay, we are going to resolve this from the Croatian budget, and we are going to resolve this with the funding from our companies. And here we have the LNG. Under these circumstances, it is even better visible how important it is to have diversification of supply. For your information, as of January 1st, 2021, there were 21 boats for the transport of LNG arrived to the terminal. Almost 3 million of cubic meters of gas was unloaded, and we also had about 1.7 billion cubic meters of gas that were transferred to the transport system of Croatia. And in 2021, this was 50% of all entries into the transport system. In this gas year, for now, the planned arrival is for 24 ships. Although we are still facing the consequences of the crisis, and here I'm referring not just to the COVID crisis, but also the earthquakes in Croatia, we need to think ahead. And we need to deliberate on the activities which will make it possible to have economic development as fast as possible, especially in the energy sector. When it comes to the energy transition to low carbon and renewable energy sources, I think that Croatia can and has to be ambitious, strengthen its energy independence, which is the foundation of economic development, and be quicker in adapting to adopting new technologies. Fortunately, we can do this more easily than comparable countries because we have clear preconditions, such as climate or geological characteristics, or favorable geopolitical position on the energy map of Europe. The energy development of Croatia has to be based on new and clean technologies, innovations, and research. And this is going to contribute to improving the quality of life of our citizens and to providing for the necessary transformation of economy. This is especially topical in the context of the recently completed conference, the Conference of Parties, so-called COP26 in Glasgow, where I announced that we are going to actively work on the reduction of emissions, decarbonization, and stimulating the use of renewables. We are convinced that this is the right path and that in this way we are going to create ecologically more acceptable environment, and also using the legislative package Fit for 55 represented by the Commission in last year. The fact is that we are really at the last moment in the context of problems of the global warming and the GHGs, which completely changes the context of our whole planet. Europe is definitely in the technological development and a series of other segments ahead of everyone else on the global scene. And that's why with its Green Deal, it was the first to start resolving those burning issues. Croatia is dedicated to the objectives contained in our key strategic documents for energy, as the Energy Development Strategy by 2030, with a perspective of 2050, integrated also National Climate and Energy Plan. In them, we set the objectives of at least 36% of renewable energy sources in the final consumption of energy by 2030. Croatia is among member states which have mostly increased the share of green energy in the overall consumption in 2020, whereby we greatly exceeded the objectives set by the Commission. In 2020, green energy reached 31% of the total energy consumption. In addition, Croatia has adopted the strategy of adapting to climate changes for the period by 2040 with a view to 2070, as well as the strategy of low carbon development for the period from 2030 with a view to 2050. In the latest period, hydrogen has become a reference point in the interpretation of energy future, both on the EU level and on the global level. Therefore, soon we are going to present the Croatian strategy for hydrogen 2021-2050, which is going to be subjected to public consultations next week. We are going to use this to strengthen our energy independence, accelerate a green transition, owing to which at the latest by 2033, we are going to abandon coal in the production of electricity and thus increase the share of renewable sources in the overall consumption. At the same time, by 2030, we are going to reduce CO2 emissions by 45%, thereby participate in the joint reduction by 2030 by 55%. The European legislative package, Fit for 55%, covers the revised European legislation in terms of climate, energy, and transport, and for its harmonization with the climate neutrality ambitions in a fair and competitive way. The green transition and decarbonization have to be cost efficient. Therefore, mechanisms are planned to support member states in achieving their increased national objectives and goals. Already this year, last year in this conference, I said that that according to the RRF, we are supposed to invest at least 37% of funding into the green transition. Those requirements are reflected in our national plan for recovery and resilience, which provides grants and support to economy for a series of green transition projects, and this is going to continue through the operational program Competitiveness and Cohesion for the subsequent financial period. We have at our disposal also sources from other sources of financing, such as Modernization Fund and the Just Transition Fund. And you were also able to hear from the Executive Vice President, Frans Timmermans, who said that the new legislative package of the Union provides for the formation of a social fund for climate policy, or social climate fund, in order to provide additional funding to mitigate the effects of policies to reduce GHG emissions. It is going to be financed from the EU budget with the amount of 25% of the expected revenue from emissions trading for buildings and fuel for road transport. And from them, member states will receive 72.2 billion euro for the period from 2025 to 2032, after a targeted amendment to the multi-annual financial framework. Therefore, the Commission proposes a key to distribute those funding, which takes into account the share of rural population and the level of energy poverty. Under this key, Croatia would receive the amount of 1.5 billion euro. The funding from this fund will be used to help citizens to finance investments into energy efficiency, new heating and cooling systems, and cleaner mobility. Low carbon and energy transition sets the path towards competitive and sustainable economy, where economic growth is achieved with low GHG emissions and other emissions into the environment. Thus, the citizens and economy will have more accessible, more available, and cleaner and cheaper energy with the preservation of our natural resources. In order to accelerate the process of energy transition, it is important for companies in Croatia to get on board with these initiatives and to provide their contribution. And that's why I'm happy to see here practically the representatives of all major energy sector companies in Croatia, which I'm sure have recognized that energy transition will not happen without changes in their business operations and without their investments into capital-intensive technologies for clean or renewable energy. This is visible through many projects which are already implemented or being planned, from investments into wind power plants, solar capacities, innovative technologies such as carbon capture and storage and green hydrogen. And these projects have also been recognized in the national R&R plan, such as, for instance, the project of biorefinery in Sisak or bio power plant using biomass, and also investments of in geothermal projects, which is a clean and almost eternal source of energy, all the more so because the continental part of Croatia has an above-average geothermal potential. Through the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, we are planning 225 million kuna to develop geothermal capacities, and these projects are going to continue and be financed also through the new multi-annual financial framework. In addition to district heating, geothermal energy also provides a stable source of energy that does not depend on the weather conditions, but also major potential in agriculture, especially in greenhouse production. Such synergy projects are proof that we can use energy transitions to be stronger, more resilient, and more prepared for the future challenges. Finally, since nuclear power plant Krško provides us with every 6th kilowatt energy, we have to include nuclear energy, which as a low carbon energy has an important share. The annual production that we get from our half is the same as more or less the production that we will get from 1,400 wind turbines, which is 5 times more than we have now. And that for the simple reason that a gram of uranium contains energy of a ton of oil or 1,000 of cubic meters of strong wind. Therefore, it doesn't surprise that this energy is used by more than a half of the member states and that Europe has every third nuclear power plant in the world.
But in addition to energy production, it is very important to work on a reduction of consumption. First of all, using very ambitious program of energy efficiency of households and building, and also by the use of heating pumps as an environmental way to reduce consumption and increase energy sustainability and self-sufficiency. These are comparative routes that could provide Croatia with better energy independence. It is up to us to learn the lessons for the future from today's challenges and to step up energy transition for the betterment of future generations. If we strive to prevent exceeding 2 Celsius by the end of the century of global warming, we will have no other option but in the next 80 years to emit 3 times lesser CO2 emissions than in the previous century, when on average there was much less population than it is now, which means that by 2050 we have to reduce CO2 emissions by 3 times. And that's why we have to have in mind that if we take into account the entire life cycle of different energy plants, CO2 emissions are much lesser in hydropower plants and nuclear power plants, from 6 to 10 grams per kilowatts. And we can also say that gas power plants have 50% more, oil-powered plants 80%, and coal-fired plants even 100% more. It is up to us to use our resources and choose the best energy mix for Croatia to provide better energy supply. And this is our first target. Our second target is to encourage the use of renewables. The third is to implement the European Green Plan to reduce decarbonization. And the fourth target is also collaborate with civil society organizations that have very important role, which is also to maintain and actually to cherish our resources, European national resources, for today and future generations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Prime Minister, for his other obligations. Mr. Plenković will have to leave us. Thank you very much for participating in our conference. We've come to the first panel discussions, energy, security and markets. Mr. Frans Timmermans, who addressed us as Executive Vice President for European Green Deal, is another confirmation that decarbonization of national energy sector is in compliance with the legislative package Fit for 55, which envisages much more accelerated pace for the reduction of GHG emissions which pertain to energy consumption. How to comply with imperative of energy security and compliant with the aforementioned legislative package will be a discussion of our next panel. The panelists will be Tomislav Ćorić, Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development, Andrea Zurich, E.ON Croatia, who is board chair, Mario Valčić, who is Siemens Croatia, head of smart infrastructure, Pavel Vujnovac, and Agrupa, also chairman of the management board and running. Our moderator will be Marko Biočina, who is assistant chief editor of Jutarnji List. You can now remove your protective masks while you are sitting on the stage. Well, good morning, everyone. Once again, I would just like to say that even under such circumstances, we have such a large audience and qualified audience gathered here today. I suppose it is because of the conference, but also because of our topic, which is really a current topic and pressing topic, and which actually exceeds the framework of the usual interest in energy topics, because this is also now followed by public at large. In the context of energy security, I think it would be, first of all, good to define what is energy security. And according to the definition of International Energy Agency, this is the capability of uninterrupted supply of sufficient affordable energy. You will see that affordability is a key word, which is not the same category for all. Of course, the countries in which the citizens have lower purchasing power, and that may be at a lower developmental level, this is really crucial. And we can also say that if you are less economically developed and poorer, then at the start you are more energy insecure. But what is our position? Mr. Minister, the first question for you. Let us try to define, according to Article 24 of Energy Act, the government issues annual energy security report. And if you could please give us a sneak peek for this year, what this report is going to hold, or even more importantly, how different this year's report is going to be from last year's report. What are the lessons learned regarding our energy security level at the national level, of course? Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation to participate in the conference. Well, I would like primarily to reflect on the security challenges that come out of geopolitical tensions at the European level, that is, in a much broader context. In terms of the position of the Republic of Croatia under such circumstances, this year has brought up challenges that have already been pointed out, first of all, in the context of a spike in energy products. And these challenges also provoke certain challenges for national economy in terms of supply of energy products. Our internal position has not deviated too much, apart from the fact that 2021 was actually, or the end of this year, is the first year of operation of LNG terminal on the island of Kirk, which has definitely contributed to our energy security, as you were able to hear from our Prime Minister. So unlike other European economies at the time, given the capacity of this terminal, which is actually compatible with the current consumption at the level of national Croatian economy, 2.6 or 2.7 cubic meters of gas. So this is sufficient for the needs of Croatian economy at the annual level. And also we have to say that our circumstances haven't changed so much in comparison to global circumstances. But I believe we are going to discuss this later on when we discuss the tariffs and the prices in the context of Croatia and globally. Well, the basic question, the essential question, even when we speak of security, of course, we have to mention this malicious thought that we might not have sufficient energy, but most of all, we're discussing the tariffs and prices. So, Mr. Vujnovac, I would like to ask you, are we to face gas crisis? Because this is the core business of your company, but maybe I could enlarge this question and actually extend it and say that this costly energy. Is this normal? Because all the time we are discussing that this is short-term, there are certain disruptions, so this will level out sooner or later, or perhaps this is just a situation that we have to face from now on. This is something that we have to just get used to. Well, we have to understand that in the last decade, there has been a huge development of an advancement of technology. And therefore, when we speak of climate changes, we are going in the green direction and in the direction of new technologies that will bring certain benefits. But in some ultimate future, we can already see those benefits, but some more benefits will be seen later in terms of financial benefits. Today, these technologies provide us with certain costs and investments. But what has happened meanwhile in Europe, and this is what we need to be aware of if we are now discussing Europe. Europe, until, let's say, a number of years, perhaps 10, 12 years, I can't be more precise at the moment, but it was a local gas market. Europe was a local gas market, and this local gas market was supplied from different sources of production, let's say Russia, Norway. There was a huge production in the Netherlands, and partially gas was coming from Africa, from Libya, Algeria, and we had some national production. And as such, this market was not affected by certain global trends. When we constructed our LNG terminal, Europe has become a global market. What is happening now, most recently, is a global theme called decarbonization of China. This topic is forcing China to abandon its carbon technologies and switch to gas. And this type of demand, or these impacts, greatly affect the gas price. And as now Europe has LNG terminal, the European prices are also going up. We have to be aware that LNG, all the supplies and deliveries from LNG have an option of a certain type of cargo, deliver cargo, which means that the beneficiaries could have certain option. And then we define undersupply, which then affects the price disruption. I could say that the European industry eventually pays certain costs of the decarbonization of China. Moreover, when the European market has become global, it has also attracted certain financial institutions that in this gas trading have recognized their moments at stock exchanges. And consequently, today we have a lot of financial gas trading. What is that? It is a type of trade that realistically is not happening in a physical format, because today at stock exchanges we have average turnover of gas that actually changes its owner only once. This is a type of liquidity that, of course, depends on the stock exchange, but eventually, I don't know the exact number, but the gas changes 10 times its owner, different stock exchanges. So this is why there is a lot of futures trade. But the financial trading and such global impact has put Europe in a certain position, which is not really controlled by price disruptions. So what happened additionally, we need to be aware of it, is the COVID-19 pandemic. Last year, this pandemic has affected a drop in consumption and demand for all energy products globally. Why? Because this uncertainty has realistically closed, phased out many types of production. Many companies have just come out of stock of the goods they usually had on stock, and they were just waiting for a solution that might de-shock, so to speak, the global market. We all believed that we will have vaccination in 2 years' time, and none of us was somehow believing in some of utopia or new reality. But now the vaccination has vaccinated the market, and now we have over-demand because everybody started filling up their storages, their stocks. The consumption has been renewed, and we had this disruption in the supply chain. Now, when you look at this, within this context, we can see that today we have, we actually cannot know anything globally. Who can say today that something will be low or not? We cannot make any estimations, but it is certain that we will never have what we used to have. We can see today huge oscillations at different price stock exchanges, and we see how an impact on price of energy products is not only a physical impact, because today, for instance, in the last 6 months, I've seen that the highest peaks were on the information placed in the public. Nord Stream 2, some geopolitical events in Ukraine, or political relationships, different types of relationships, different participants in the global political scene. So I haven't seen so many physical aspects or physical impacts on such trends, because we can, of course, reflect on Nord Stream claims, which affected 30% changes in the market. Within 2 days, we've seen such volatility of prices that after 2 days, the price was the same. So these are some oscillations we'll all have to be aware of. And in Croatia, we have to know that many companies that are in the market need to have their source or any other way of how they will analyze global information to be able to provide for their businesses and apply the best possible impact. What I am now using, while having word, when you ask me about the prices, I don't believe we'll ever have the previous prices. And that probably they will stabilize at a point, but we'll always have some types of peaks because of global trends and global information. Yes, it turns out that what will be is this increased volatility, or whatever we may call it. But, Mr. Flashimon, as we've heard, Europe used to be a local market, but now somebody within this local market, and Croatia was even a more specific local market. We know the times not so long ago when the Croatian gas sector was consolidated in INA, so in different ways it was reduced, but INA is still an important player in the segment of gas, also as our only or sole national producer and also trader. So when we speak of a new normal that Mr. Vujnovac has described, given the knowledge of INA in this sector, do you have any recommendations of your own how we could protect ourselves and achieve the highest security level regarding this volatility that will always be around us? And we know that Croatia is a small country, a small market, purchasing power is relatively low. We know that it is also an important impact on profitability of a company. So what can Croatia do to be more secure when we speak of gas, which definitely we will need for a longer period of time?
First of all, thanks for the invitation. Not an easy question, but I have to tell that Croatia did a lot already. Because if you are looking at the gas, there are two factors: pipe and the gas, the molecule. Regarding the pipe, the infrastructure part, a lot of development happened during the last 10 years. You have now the access via Hungary, you have Slovenia, you have LNG. You did not have Hungarian connection, you did not have also LNG. But now as Croatia, you have it, and we have it, and from security supply point of view, it's crucial. This is one part of the story. I think a lot has been developed in that respect. The other part, molecules. We are facing the situation, I remember the time 10 years ago, INA was producing around 2 billion cubic meters. Now it's on the opposite. The import is 2 billion, while the consumption is 2.4, 2.7 billion cubic meters. So it's a completely different picture. And we have to, as a company, we have to adjust ourselves to the volatility, to the world market. I'm working in the oil industry. Oil became earlier the commodity, and the world market for the oil became earlier. But now, due to the LNG, due to all this connection, natural gas also is a world commodity. So practically all this oscillation, all this volatility is coming in. So what INA can do, and what we are doing in that respect, as a simple producer, so we are looking how to develop, with our knowledge and our infrastructure, the local production. So it was announced also that we are going, and you can see lobbying going out from the Pula port, and we are drilling at the North Adriatic Sea. There is a campaign at least to minimize the loss of the production because it's decreasing. There is a campaign on North Adriatic offshore just to increase a little bit our production of natural gas. So we are doing everything, but the geological part of the story and that the other, unfortunately for some years, there were no licenses. Thanks for the government, since 3 years, we got new onshore licenses, we are developing, and we do have these offshore capacities. So that is what we can do as a producer to mitigate that situation. It's not easy. Everybody is suffering. We like stability because the most important for us, the stable market conditions, because any money we are investing, there is a return. We have to make the infrastructure, and the return is 10 years. It's difficult to calculate. So that's what we can do as INA, and we will do that definitely. Thank you.
Hvala vam.
Thank you very much. The next question, Mr. Eric, one question for you. E.ON is a big player in Croatia, in the Croatian energy sector. And you're a supplier of electricity and gas. On the other hand, you're the owner of physical energy infrastructure in the gas sector. So you have quite a diverse portfolio. So under these new circumstances of this huge volatility that we are referring to, what is your view? What is your take on these new challenges and potential opportunities, the prospects for you? How do you see the implementation of green transition in Croatia in the forthcoming period?
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. Yes, you are right. We own in Croatia gas infrastructure, and at the very end, this makes us an asset owner with specific responsibility. And special, Mr. Fashimon told about assets. I think one of the biggest opportunities and countermeasures is to invest in assets. Assets are the countermeasures to help customers and to help the society to develop an energy transition. And the challenge to run assets and to build assets is massive. Because looking to the other European energy markets, they're all struggling getting preconditions for building new power lines, building new gas grids, and even in many member states also building new bigger power plants. And that is a challenge for us as E.ON in general, and also here for the Croatian market. And I just can emphasize that we need to have in Croatia a clear plan how we can further invest in energy infrastructure. And as E.ON is a company mainly focused on electrification, so we did a huge transformation over the last years to become the vehicle for customers, for societies to manage energy transition. We believe on electrification. However, gas plays, of course, also for the next couple of years an important part. And that's why it's also important in Croatia and special to keep investing in gas grids. And here, I think there are two things important. First, we should not be playing surprised that the energy price is increasing. I think at the very end, this was also a political wish because we would like to invest in renewable energies. We would like to change Europe into a green planet. And I think it was planned that the energy prices go up. However, we are currently in a special situation because of COVID, of geopolitical situation, and I think that got a little bit out of control. So the prices are at a very high peak. So we really need to take care about our customers, about our society. And I think that's the challenge now. The challenge is now how to cope with the current price hike and to make sure that the customers and the society can survive and have warm houses and can manage the energy bills. But on the other side, we also should not miss the investment in infrastructure. And if we are start investing now, we will just see impact in 3 or 5 years' time, because it's a huge effort to build a new power plant, to build huge gas infrastructure or power lines. So that is why it's important not to talk about how to cope with the current price hike. I think it's very important how to find a good market framework and market design, which allows us as E.ON to further invest, for example, in the Croatian gas infrastructure.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for reflecting on infrastructure investments, because at the end of the day, I think this is an overlapping story. I mean, the story that is repetitive, because every conference, every year, we discuss this fundamental change regarding the relations, because it's not only consumers, but they also become prosumers. So we see that this is happening in the entire value chain, this kind of dynamic change. So, Mr. Valcic, technology plays a very important role here. Mr. Röhrig has already mentioned that we need infrastructure. Infrastructure has to comply with certain technological requirements to deliver what the future market will need. But it seems to me that with these energy spikes, some of these technologies are becoming much more affordable than they may have been. So is this going to step up this transition in this regard? Yes, thank you very much I would also like to thank you for the invitation. Technology is a very important segment of the overall process, and electricity, as you may have heard from my counterparts in the sector of transport. So there is no longer affordable energy or electricity. But what we have to be able to say is how we can help ourselves to reduce prices. So one solution is digitalization, so this purposeful technology that Siemens advocates. And this is where we need to see the difference between the private sector, which consumes such type of energy, the industrial sector, and the public sector. The public sector, we were able to hear our colleagues from HEP and the government considering the energy mix and the use of such and deployment of such advanced technologies together with tech companies. We actually insist in such infrastructure, in such facilities, in such power plants that are built across Croatia. So I think this is the right way for us to deliver and to become energy independent country. On the other hand, what is also important is that the deployment of technology in the industry, even today, can reduce electricity consumption by 10 or 15% by making certain processes automatic, and optimization of certain resources that you use today and they require additional effort. On the side of private consumers, our ordinary everyday people who pay our electricity bills, it is very important to be aware that we can help ourselves, which is that we can use technology that will enable us to produce our own energy. And this energy, as such, could be stored in certain battery storage in our own household. Later on, we will become more self-sufficient and autonomous in the event of a lack of sun or lack of electricity. Many times today we've heard of energy mix, and you will never in the future be certain that you will receive a most affordable energy product from just one source. You will always need to have energy mixes. But by using certain advanced technologies, you flip back to the position where you can reduce the cost of energy and such. Of course, under such circumstances or present-day circumstances, this complicates the situation for grids because they need enhanced infrastructure, and the consumers are also becoming prosumers. They are becoming producers, and this situation reflects on operators of distribution and transmission systems. They have to design their infrastructure grids that will be able to face such challenges. So just as a piece of information, for instance, so we as Siemens did a research. 45% of electricity from renewable energy sources is lost because of a lack of transportation routes. So there is no technology to deliver this energy to the point of consumption. So this type of conditions in the grid require a studious approach, and Siemens, together with its partners and state-owned institutions, but also tech companies and operators of both transmission and distribution system, collaborates and develops the ways in which we could respond to these new challenges, because we are aware that the prices of energy prices will never be affordable, never again. But technology and digitalization is affordable. And this is no longer something far from us. This is affordable to all of us.
Yes, it is indisputably so. I'm sure we are going to discuss further in this panel, and especially in the second panel, about investments and the requirements, especially in the energy grid. But what seems to me that irrespective of how affordable it is financially, this is a new market which is arriving, and it requires a much higher level of activity for the consumer. So Mr. Vujnovac mentioned in advance that you would need to have someone who is going to keep up with the data and so on. But it's no longer the situation where you have a one invoice, fixed price, and the rest. And I'm not here referring just to households, but also to economic consumers. But are we sufficient here? How can we send adequate signals? On one hand, of course, we want to protect the consumers from having such price hikes that they are going to erase them from the map, so to speak. But on the other hand, we need to send clear signals that this is no longer going to be complacent in terms of energy. Do we educate our consumers sufficiently on all levels to make them understand this new reality, that they will have to be very engaged in their procurement of energy? I think this is one of the major problems, especially in Croatia. Nowadays, we have a lot of global businesses which do not have regulations, and they function in the way that they encumber the final consumer and the final product with costs and with different impacts. We're talking about shipping here, for instance, which has increased in supply chain. Nowadays, we are speaking of crypto industry, which realistically affects the final consumer. Some lose, some win, and so on. We have the media here, which are nowadays, I'm not talking about local medias, I'm talking about Instagram, Facebook, about different platforms, where nowadays we have come to the stage where, I don't know the exact number, but 1 of 9 pieces of information is true and accurate, and the other 8 are fake and are aimed at disorienting the final consumer in a way. And in such an environment where those global companies, which belong to nobody nowadays, they move from one country to the next, they pay lower and lower taxes, and realistically speaking, they are growing. Those companies are not regulated nowadays, and they do impact the final courses and flows of money, of energy towards people. And we in Croatia actually know very little about what is happening nowadays globally. In other words, let me put it this way. Over the last few years, there's even very little motivation among those industries which used to be local, but are nowadays something that are completely affected by the global aspect, and they don't know anything about it. And one day you have an increased input and the output has problem with the supply chain, and those industries go under. These are industries that have to think in advance very much nowadays. Who bought gas for 17 euro in last year? Nowadays, in our households, due to the methodology for the calculation of prices, our households within that final price of gas have the price of gas of 16, 17 euro, and realistically in the market it's 90 euros. So people who have kept up with things, who have to hedge, you have to think about what to sell in advance or buy in advance, who are much more active, because simply the reality has changed. We will never go back to what we once had. We all need to adapt. Those who don't adapt will simply lose. And In Croatia, I think more or less certain interests will be created for this information. But nowadays, especially when I look at the gas market and the suppliers for public services, or when we talk about suppliers owned by local self-government units, I have nothing against those people, but their level of knowledge about the gas business is very, very low. And that's why we are going to have disruptions. Also, as you've mentioned or asked, if we are awaiting or facing a future gas crisis. Well, I can say that with regard to the conditions of the market and the readiness of those systems to adapt to new impacts, which are no longer so simple because we don't have a situation, we have a situation where companies can go under because of one false move. And what we have today, and here I'm referring both to Croatia and to regulation and others, the state will have to adapt. But nowadays we have a regulatory framework which was designed at times of peace, so to speak. At that time, there were very low fluctuations. You had €1 plus or minus, and the regulatory framework was adapted to that. But now, with the price spikes that really impact everyone, we are going to have to find another model to protect the companies and the consumers and the companies that do that. But realistically, the education about that takes a very long time, and this lack of education has just become a problem because it can cost you your business and your death in terms of business. There's no longer time for adaptation. So we are going to pay a high price for this lack of education. And realistically, we all have to work on stabilizing the entire situation at the end of the day. Yes, Mr. Minister, this is the problem that you are also facing. We've heard from the Prime Minister about the triangle of the social, economic, market, individual responsibility, but also protection of those that are vulnerable. So you are expected to provide certain measures, and you should scale them to an adequate level, on one hand to protect, and on the other hand not to send the wrong messages with regard to the reality of the market and the future of the market. I will not ask you how you are going to do that, but what principles will you be guided by in doing so? And also, as the Prime Minister said, we have all the possibilities under consideration. Can we define what all those possibilities are, in addition to the three that he mentioned? Well, he said all possibilities. I think that Pavle is scratching where it itches right now. So the suppliers in Croatia, more challenging type of topic. So we do not have a problem, we have a challenge, which is what I learned 5 years ago when I started doing this job. I would say that it is quite natural for economies and societies, especially in a globalized world, although the concept of globalization, as you have seen, is slowly being abandoned. Everything is questioning it. In the globalized world, we all play our own game, and we all have a good time as long as everything is okay. And then when the situation escalates, then the state, which is supposed to function under liberal conditions, and this is expected of the state not to enter the market competition, to stand aside, and the social market economy in its definition actually has a state which provides for a fair market economy and market competition and does not use the regulatory framework to impact the competition. But then now we come to a point where people are saying, okay, now it's this time for the state to take care of this. And the state did this when the epidemic started. And now we are in a situation where in the energy sector, which of course overflows to all of the other economic segments, we have several challenges which we're going to try to fix. What do the available tools imply? They imply, as the Prime Minister said, first of all, strengthening the socially most vulnerable society categories in the context of price hikes of energy and gas that we expect as of April 1st. And this is something that we cannot run away from. then it also implies a sacrifice of the state in the context of reducing our revenues in order to the price impact to be reduced. And it implies for the HEP to be activated in the part where we are not completely able in terms of the market to resolve the challenges that we are facing. Mr. Vujnovac mentioned the situation with suppliers obliged to supply for the public services. And the very name of those actors on the market, suppliers obliged to supply for public services, but you know, I come from the university, and that's how I look at this syntagma. And it says that the supplier providing for public services was supposed to act quite conservatively in the situation, and this shows that the supplier was supposed to obtain on time sufficient quantities of gas and eventually accept the risk that the price over time will be somewhat lower. This did not happen in the market. You all who are active in this area know this. And now we are where we are. So the state will do its regulatory part in that section as well, because we know that the supply chain is actually sort of being disrupted or has a problematic points, because those who are supplying to the consumers at this moment are suffering from lack of liquidity and so on. In this situation, as well as in the situation of the pandemic and the impact on the economic system, again, we are going to have to be very interventional, quite opposite to the postulates assumed by the government in 2016 or by which we were guided in the pre-crisis times. But this is the only way. In the times of crisis, a liberal economy or laissez-faire simply is put aside. And this is obviously the case now as well. And certain other circumstances come on board. At the moment when we get out of this challenge, and we believe that the reduction in geopolitical tensions and normalization of supply routes and some other circumstances will contribute to the mitigation of the situation and place or achieve some sort of balance on a lower price level, but never at the level we had a year ago. At that time, the state will withdraw from this game. But until that happens, we are here. Yes, one of those mechanisms that most interested for the public is this famous price control. The Prime Minister has also mentioned in the oil product or derivative market what happens. That's why the question is for you, Mr. Fashimon. How do you see these interventions, and how, in the context of the oil derivative market, you see those frequent comments that this is a market that is not completely functional and that there is no such level of competition that we would want to see and that would be appropriate for an open, completely liberalized market?
Thank you for the question. Petroleum product price cap. No question, as per the petroleum law, the government has the right to introduce. Whether we can make a differentiation between different energy sources, I would do. First of all, because regarding natural gas and electricity for household, I think this is a real political question. Regarding the fuel part, it's much more market-driven, and you can go to our stations and look into the eyes of our people working there. They are competing with each other, with other retail networks. So the decision of the government to put on all the distributors, definitely it's, the government has this right, but from political perspective, I think the most crucial part, the household electricity and gas, which is 1st of April. So, as a company, you know, I need stability. I don't like when it was below 20 and we made losses. Nobody remembers that time. And we suffered a lot. We had to make a lot of redundancy, reconstruction, everything. I don't like also when it is above 90. I like the stability because when I am building an asset, I want a return. And with this volatile thing, it's very difficult. So the stability and to be part of the transition is crucial. I mean, INA should be part of the transition. We are making our part in that story on a market-driven basis, on a sustainable basis. You know our investment in Rijeka residue upgrade project. If you are going there, big equipments are coming, it's visible, very much visible now. We are making also, as I mentioned, our exploration on the Northern Adriatic and on onshore just to give additional potential for natural gas, even potentially crude as well. We are making the carbon capture. We have the infrastructure only in Croatia of CO2. We are the biggest carbon capturer. Whether we can make out of business with big industrial players of that, we are trying to do that, Kutina, cement factories and so on. We are developing also the retail network. We are developing digitalization. I hope you are part of our in-application part. This is a transition. On the other hand, just recently, yesterday or 2 days ago, we announced that we are building a photovoltaic plants in Molve and also Sisak. These two can cover city of Makarska approximately, just for understanding. We are developing also the hydrogen. We are part of the hydrogen project, natural plan. We are developing the geothermal. So INA should be part of the solution. I do believe in market conditions. Definitely politics, it's matter of the household part, electricity and natural gas. I don't believe honestly regarding fuel, but no question, they have the right. If I am approaching the price issue, the price you can see, you know, there is one part of processing, delivering, serving, and the other part, the excise duty and VAT. And I was happy to listen from the minister also that they are considering, if anything. But I think politically, not the fuel is the issue, the natural gas and the electricity. That's my reading of the story. Thank you.
Ministre, nastavno na...
Mr. Minister, subsequent to this, one thing is price control, and also we've heard that this is on the table, and it happened where there's a proper legislative framework for that. But also there's other mechanisms, and we see them in some other member states, namely, not a price cap just for the final consumer price, but also a price cap for the rate of profitability for certain energy companies. We see this introduced in Romania, Spain, France to some extent, major, big member states. I mean, I'm not referring here to Ina and Mr. Fashimon just to provide this disclaimer in advance, but are these measures also under consideration or on the table to say, okay, under these circumstances of enormously high prices, there is something that is socially acceptable and fair level of profitability that can be accepted. I think Mr. Fashimon is going to listen carefully to my answer, even in Croatian. So, with the intervention on the oil market in the situation where there was really an escalation after a relatively peaceful period, we primarily wanted, on one hand, to send a message, and on the other hand, to also impact the psychology of the overall society. And this is a very important element, because at that time, if you go 2 months back, I think that was when it happened, we had a situation where there was a very perpetuated communication on the high inflation rate that is going to hit Croatia in 2022. This psychological element is very important here. This is shown by thousands of studies, so I would not elaborate about that. But we have made it clearly that those prices can go up for as long as possible. But this was the first intervention by the government on the market in that way. The government does have this instrument available, and it's going to use it when we reach a consensus that the increase of prices can be avoided in this aspect in the context of oil. In the second iteration, we limited this to basic products, Euro Super 95 and Euro Diesel. And this is something that we are going to have available in the subsequent weeks if the prices increase further. The government's policy, unfortunately, in such situations, from the point of view of a liberal market view and economy, can seem unjustified, but we are the ones who are, at the end of the day, in charge, responsible for the inflation taking place in the Republic of Croatia, although anyone who is even a little bit more familiar with economy, as a rule, knows that a single government has very little to do with that. The central bank is the principal actor in that, and the major role of most central banks is fighting against the inflation. So every negative phenomenon in the Croatian society will, in a part of the media and general public, be ascribed to the behavior of the government. In other words, to the government of the Republic of Croatia. And precisely because of that, we decided a while ago, and this is visible to those who analyze the situation, that we decided to take preventive steps in certain situations. And this is going to continue in the subsequent period. Complete justification for this approach is provided by the fact that nowadays Croatia or Europe function in extremely unconventional conditions where certain standard postulates of economic policies have been set aside. And you can see this happening anywhere. You've mentioned the situation in France where, if I'm not mistaken, they set administrative restrictions in the energy sector where the CEO of companies communicated a completely different or opposite view. This is a loss of 8 billion euro, and then the message was that they are going to help him. So I think this was the situation. So they are very unconventional approaches.
Our idea is to maintain our course. Last year, there was an increase by 10%. It might be surprising to some, but the crisis that occurred under the circumstances of Green Deal and accompanying transition, I will repeat it once again. For Croatia, this is unbelievable chance because we don't have a very severe industrial complex that would require huge transformation. The economy is small in comparison to other major European economies. We will invest a lot in digitalization. I'm going to reflect on what my predecessors have said in this panel. We are opening up to green transition in the best possible way. This is the impression of us who create mainstream documents, but also many people in the sector. So our growth rate in 2021 and the one we can achieve in 2022, if this inflationary pressure stabilizes, could help us to converge or to grow much faster this year than the EU average. This is what I, as the Ministry of Economy, am looking forward to. I think we can use this opportunity. And under these murky circumstances, at the global or European economic scene, Croatia could make a few steps forward more. And I am certain we can do it. Yes, so we hope that this will happen. But to avoid having this discussion reduced only to energy prices, so not to everyone think that everything we can do so that our energy security and the effectiveness of energy security could be only because of prices, we can discuss the following. Mr. Erich, you said previously that you need a clear signal, a clear course of action that would somehow guide you to invest more, to develop more. The fact is that E.ON is active in many other European countries. You have the market's experiences. So are there any models, any mechanisms that you can see in other countries, and you believe that in Croatia, if they were in force and if they would be effective and would enable more investments in the energy sector, and then, as a side effect, there will also be an increase in energy security?
Thanks for the question. I take it. First of all, I'm a bit surprised that we talk a lot about state intervention here. Actually, I would recommend and highlight that, especially in Croatia, we need to have less state intervention. And I would like to make some examples. So first of all, when you talked about the margin, the caps of earnings of energy companies, what is the current reality in Europe? Just looking to E.ON. E.ON is suffering in many markets like hell because of the energy prices in Germany, in UK, in Czech Republic. Many energy companies just go bankrupt, bust, and we, as a local player, need to take over customers. 100,000 of customers without any hedged energy, because this is just the precondition in the market. So talking about margin limitation, earning limitation, I think this is a wrong moment of time to talk about it. And secondly, yes, we would like actually to further develop Croatia and to invest in the energy transition. And one topic actually which is hurting me all the time when I hear the numbers, how many Croatians are leaving the country day by day, month by month, year by year. And I think one of the reasons is definitely also the missing infrastructure, the missing quality of life. So we need to have investments in Croatia. And we as E.ON here in the market could further grow. But for that, we definitely need to have different market design and different support. And here one example, because we are just touching the surveys in solar. You know, we are heavily involved in the solar market in Croatia, offering solutions for households, for small, medium enterprise business, B2B business. And we are always having two major issues here. First is the DSO, HEP ODS. We actually could much more sell solar energies in Croatia, but the bottleneck is HEP in this regard. I'm not blaming here regarding HEP, I'm offering my help. I'm reaching out my hands really to talk about partnerships and collaboration, how we can help HEP ODS with our experience at the biggest regulated DSO operator in Europe to further improve the investments, the operation, and the digitalization of the power lines in Croatia, because this is the bottleneck. We have a limitation how many power plants can connect it to the grid a month and a year, and this is actually making me sad, because we could empower so many Croatian citizens and customers to be independent, totally independent from the grid by producing their own energy, feeding some energy in the grid, but the limitation is here. And the second point is subsidies. I think actually at the very end there's also too much state involved in EU subsidies. Everything is too complicated, everything is too much bureaucracy, and at the very end it's too slow. We have plenty of examples where our customers apply for funds and the procedure lasts so long that the technology actually, which they applied for, is not available anymore, and we need to start the whole procedure again. And maybe one hint in this regard. Croatia has such an outstanding opportunity for solar energy, and actually it's also questionable why solar energy actually needs to have EU funds. They are so economically self-sufficient, return of investment can happen in less than 5 years' time, and I think the money which is available from that fund could steer it into different technologies where customers, where companies at the very end are not able to self-finance it. And this is maybe something the state and HEP could take as a message. We are here to invest. We are also here to talk about partnerships, because we have a lot of good examples of cutting-edge technologies in other markets which we are ready to implement also in Croatia.
Mr. Balčić, we did reflect on technologies earlier, and Mr. Rurich has now addressed this topic of solar energy. We are going to discuss it also in the other panel. But we could say that, of course, the technology is mature enough, it is ready in the market, its production price is low enough. This is one of the technologies that at the moment could help us within a very short while to improve our overall balance and increase the level of energy security as defined by Vice President Timmermans, and thus reduce import of energy because it will make us more secure. Well, this is definitely one of the technologies that could help us because, as we all know, it doesn't work if there is no sun. But What is the catch here? The catch is that the solar technology and the people who use solar energy have to become market competitive. They have to use such technology as own producers. That's one thing. On the flip side, the solar technology is very volatile. And at one moment, it could bring very good results. But without the accompanying technologies and other sources of energies, it will be very difficult for us to become energy independent. Just as an piece of information, for instance, last year, 30% of electricity was produced from renewables. But this energy mix also includes, of the total consumption of energy, only 20% of the totally consumed energy, 20% accounts for electricity. Everything else includes conservative sources of electricity for which technology as such has no response. So in order to reduce, and this is the topic of our conference, this is what we are currently discussing, how to reduce decarbonization and how to increase efficiency, we have what we have. And we have the technology that concerns electricity production, and this is solar energy. We can develop it even further. If we are to wait for replacement for traditional fuels like gas, coal, and oil, even this first part that we can reduce right now, we are not going to do, because we will never bring carbonization to those levels that we want to achieve as our target by 2030. We should wait no longer. We should use the technologies at hand, the current technologies, and that's as simple as that. Well, it is evident that we have no time to wait. This is, in fact, the lesson learned, or the takeaway. So we are getting close to the end. But, Mr. Vujnovac, your company, and just for the very end, when we speak of energy awareness and awareness of consumers, your company and the company that Mr. Fassiman is in charge of is also the majority owner of energy-intensive industry. So I think this is one more question that we should address. What is the perspective? What are the prospects of energy-intensive industry, or part of this industry in Croatia, in the long run, given our circumstances? Is there any bright future for them? Because in these industries in which the price of energy really plays an important factor of production cost. Well, whether somebody has a bright future, it depends on them, on the decisions they make within a certain period of time. So we are very distinctive. I mean, we differ from where we are, where we're going to be in 30 years' time. What I already mentioned is that within Croatia and in companies like ours, most important thing is to steer within a second in the right direction. We need to be flexible. We need to be so informed that at any given time, at the right time, we turn the wheel. And this is where I agree when we discuss solar energy. When you say an energy company, of course, we have numerous and actually limitless horizon. Energy will always be one of the most important factors in our lives. And of course, energy companies will always have their position. And how to adapt your business and which direction to take, well, for this, we need, under our circumstances, to be flexible, to comply with the regulations regarding Green Deal and Fit for 55 legislative package. This is where we need to be very cautious, because these are the documents that create the long-term horizon. However, they also change within time when we think of small consumers, because we cannot neglect them. And I would agree that in Croatia, solar power is a big topic that no energy company could avoid, because this is something that's safe. We see electricity prices, we see the solar panel prices that are, let's say, at reasonable levels. You need to have a lot of knowledge and go in that direction. We have also other portion of renewables, for instance, geothermal energy, which as a rule is the only genuine renewable circulating. And what it does is it pushes water under the land to produce energy. So this is another potential that we could develop in our midst. As far as other topics are concerned, for instance, hydrogen, some perspectives that might come later on or not, I've been listening about this for a long time. For instance, that the ships will start using alternative fuels. I've been listening to this for 10 years. Of course, there are some ships built that will be fired by some other fuels, but today, we still use the same principle. And whoever has invested in a bunkering ship or any other such topic has costs, but not necessarily returns. So we could say that here we do have our perspective and we could have a future. But as I said, we need to be educated. We really need to work a lot on our own development. And we need to keep up to date. Because today, the situation is changing within seconds, and as we need to adapt our system to be flexible enough. Mr. Fassimon, I see that you are nodding, so I believe that you agree with the majority of Mr. Vujnovac has said. But another question, we were able to hear this from introductory speeches, this fair transition. The transition has to be fair. So from your perspective, what does it mean and how to achieve it?
Yeah, thank you. I was noting regarding Mr. Vujnovac's speech, because I think what he taught, flexibility, ready to be changed, adaptability, and a lot of changes around. So there is no fixed element, which is important. And but in inner side, we have the knowledge, which he was referring. We have educated people. We have the knowledge. We have the asset, very good assets. And we have the financial mean. Okay, we are the fossil company, but with those things, we should be part of the transition. If I would ask what will be the transition, I think everybody showing this is a climate change, that is the way. It's okay, but nobody knows what exactly will happen. Solar, yes, I agree completely with Mr. Vujnovac. Hydrogen, question mark, when, how, and so on. But it will be much more colorful mixture, and nobody is questioning, but nobody has a direct solution. Not to be part, not to involve INA, that would be not the right message. And we are doing, like I mentioned, our transition already. We are doing. What will come out, I don't know. What will be in 2040, I don't know. And I don't have the golden rule what exactly happening. But we should adapt ourselves, we should make the change, and we should not be afraid of that. I think that's the most important part. That's the most important part. Otherwise, yeah, if you are stick on and you are not ready to make even difficult decision, you can die simply. And companies are dying around. Because these circumstances, what is happening I've never seen in my life. Also, I'm working already 20, 40, no less, 30 years in this industry. Thank you,
Thank you very much, Mr. Röhrich. I think that you've now struck up a certain consensus, because we were able to hear what HEP is doing in solar energy. Now we hear Mr. Vujnovac, Mr. Fassimon. So if we agree upon something, then we agree that solar is definitely a technology that at the moment offers huge opportunities to Croatia. So at the end of the day, is this speed important not only for companies but also for regulatory authorities at the moment of volatility. We definitely need to act quickly and make decisions. So is this, in the end, our final message from the panel?
Well, I don't know whether this is the final message from the panel. I think this is one of the messages from the panel, that solar energy is something which could develop very quick and very intensive in the Croatian market. And I think there are just minor things to do to really boost it. Message again, we are here to help and to partner up. But I think at the very end, solar energy is not the only tool or instrument to develop and to implement energy transition in Croatia. It's more about actually the general assets. I talked about grids. And I think the power grid, and that might be one of my last messages, is something also Croatia should focus on. The Croatian power grid, and especially the DSO level, I think was built just for one flow, electricity flow. And as now more and more solar power plants, heat pumps, e-chargers are connected, especially to the DSO level, Croatia needs to have much more focus and much more investments in this area, and here as well. I think there's a lot to learn from other markets, and maybe competition could help here as well. I mean, we have HEP, we have the state, and I talked about there might be too much state in the market. The state makes the framework, the regulation, the policies, the laws, and we have a very dominant player in the market with 90% market share. And I think if a market should further develop, there should be also some thoughts about that customers can choose. And actually, this is very limited. If we look to other markets, competition usually helps a lot also to manage prices, to manage quality of products, to manage service, not to forget the service. It's not only about prices at the very end. This is one criteria, but I think that's not the only criteria. And I know that in Croatia, we are proud that energy prices are very low in comparison to the EU level. But at the very end, prices of energy are usually also criteria of the development of infrastructure. And I think as we need to do much, much more infrastructure investments here, we also should be honest at the very end that the energy prices will increase in the years to come, because otherwise energy transition is impossible.
Ministre, za kraj čuli smo...
Minister, for the end, we've heard that we need to make fast decisions. There are some difficult decisions to be made, and let's be realistic and honest. Transition will not be possible without significantly higher energy prices than there are today. I think that's quite a realistic assessment, and at the end of the day, it's something that all Croatian consumers should be told, in a way. Well, if I may say, I think that today's panel has, first of all, showed that the panel participants are aware that we are in the midst of a transition, and I would not agree with Sándor here that there is no fixed elements or moments. There is. The transition is fixed. Change is the only given thing, and it will not disappear. It will not go away. But what is good is the fact that INA is going in that direction and taking certain steps. Energia Naturalis, even though it's in gas, it is expanding its portfolio to a whole other segment of business operations. Mr. Röhrig has also suggested the desire for cooperation. In the first and second row, we held the entire management board of HEP, and I believe they heard you. And on the other hand, Mr. Barbaric had a very nice introductory address, which also opens up potential for cooperation. So this is a good situation to make use of this. As for Mr. Valcic, you are absolutely ready for transitions because you provide solutions for the transition. So everyone here, I would say, is very ready for what is ahead. We, as the system, are here, of course, with all of the challenges coming about. We believe that this transition in Croatia, given its natural predispositions. Some of them have been mentioned here, the solar energy, geothermal energy, for which personally I think has the greatest development potentials in the coming period. And we, in our strategy and in certain contexts, expect JANAF in the coming period to really strongly start moving in that direction. HEP is mostly focused on some other types of renewables, and I think that the state will play its good role here. We also have here Mr. Krpan from the Croatian Hydrocarbon Agency, who will also in the coming period change its function. Perhaps he will say more about this in the second panel. So our logic is very clear. In the transition, we are going to participate to the maximum extent with state companies, which are under our control. On the other hand, through the regulatory framework, we have already definitely changed the perspective compared to the period from 5, 6, or 7 years ago. Crises of such types make us additionally aware of the need to change as fast as possible. However, this change happens on a daily basis in Croatia. Thank you. Okay, thank you all. As every year before, this year again, I can set a meeting 1 year from now in the same place, hopefully with much less volatility, not just in the energy market, but generally in the society and all of the other events that take place. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists. With this panel, we have reached the end of the first part of the conference. We now have a coffee break, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes when we are going to listen to another very current topic with another panel. See you back here in 10 minutes.
Poštovane dame i gospodo.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are continuing with our conference. I will kindly ask you to take your seats. We're about to discuss another very interesting topic and another panel discussion. And we kindly ask you to keep wearing your masks throughout the rest of the conference and comply with epidemiological measures. Here's another photo op for our participants before we move on. So I will kindly ask you to take back your seats in order to continue with the conference. Thank you. In the second panel discussion, we are going to hear the introduction from Marija Ščulac-Domac, Director of the Sector for Industry and Sustainable Development with the Croatian Chamber of Economy. The floor is yours, Madam Ščulac-Domac. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good afternoon to you all. I'm really glad and happy to be able to participate in today's conference on behalf of the Croatian Chamber of Economy, and also to have the opportunity to provide an introductory address on the topic of energy security at the beginning of the second panel. I believe you will all agree with me that it would be hard to find a better, so to speak, or quote-unquote, to organize a conference on energy security, investments, market, and similar. At the beginning of the first panel, colleague Marko actually started the panel by referring to the definition by the International Energy Agency on what actually energy security is and how it can be defined. However, I would like to follow up on that and say that we should also look at it from a theoretical point of view. The energy security also has several aspects. There's a long-term energy security, which mostly deals with the timely investments into energy supply in line with the economic development and in line with the environmental and climate requirements and needs. On the other hand, there's also the short-term energy security, which is focused on the ability of the energy system to promptly react to sudden changes in the balance of supply and demand. In the panel that is going to ensue, we would we are supposed to tackle both of these aspects. Do we, in Croatia, invest enough into the energy production and energy infrastructure in order to utilize or be able to utilize the already constructed or potentially possible capacities? And how can we respond to the challenges, the current challenges of the energy crisis, but also of future energy crises? And can one of the solutions be accelerated decarbonization or increased investments primarily into renewable sources of energy? These questions have been present in the energy profession and in the public, but over the last few months, we see them in the limelight. The energy crisis that is taking place is causing, as we all know, huge increases in energy prices, and it is even no longer to imagine disruptions in the energy supply chains, primarily referring to natural gas in the direction from the Ukraine. And we could say that one of the basic causes of the gas crisis in Europe is of geopolitical nature. But on the other hand, the increase in oil prices is primarily the result of disparities between the insecure supply and higher energy demand stimulated by the post-COVID recovery. Gas in European markets markets or exchanges has been reaching record prices this winter, but we will certainly go on using it for a while, and it will keep its place in the Croatian energy sector as well. Still, we need to find the way how to maintain its use in highly efficient cogenerations and reduce it in individual systems of heating, households and residential buildings. This energy crisis is a warning for us that we have to take care of a secure and affordable energy supply in order to maintain energy stability. If not, the energy transition itself will be slowed down. According to the data of the International Energy Agency, last year worldwide there was an increase in the production from thermal power plants running on coal by 9%, and the GHG emissions were increased by 7%. Huge increase in costs for gas, oil, electricity make us ask ourselves the following question. If we invested more into renewable energy sources, energy efficiency, energy renovation of buildings, and green gases, would we actually save money instead of now losing it? The current price impact, but all of the future ones as well, would be smaller if we had invested on time in our own energy production from renewable sources by the citizens and by businessmen. In the future, things will definitely be more complicated because of increasing demands for electricity due to electrification of transport and transition to clean technologies, higher demands for gas because of abandoning coal, and also due to political and geostrategic conflicts. We are going to have to not just monitor responsibly, but also be proactive in terms of increasing our own capacities for renewable sources, because the most expensive energy is the one that does not exist. It is obvious that renewable energy sources are subject to major challenges and expectations. The sector, which is still in development, should provide stable and permanent solutions and is actually the key long-term and generally acceptable way out of the energy crisis. It is clear with the existing high energy prices, there's no longer need for financial subsidies for all renewable sources. What is necessary is definitely mechanisms which are going to increase trust in this sector and especially provide for the availability of different financial instruments, primarily by commercial banks, with the same or even more favorable conditions that were enjoyed by the sector of fossil fuels. That is the key. And that is the reflection of a responsible solution to the energy crisis, which has to be in focus, regardless of all of the acute crises that take place, whether they are healthcare crises or energy crises. However, the open issue still remains of the relationship between gas and energy security. Does more gas also translate into more insecurity? In Europe, that does not have the significant domestic gas reserves and is dependent on import, further investments into infrastructure should change the relationship towards globally changeable gas prices. 27 member states are so divided with regard to the future role of natural gas that for months within the discussions of the taxonomy, they did not manage to reach an agreement on what should be a simple list of sources of energy which are considered to be sustainable. The states discussed about whether gas, as nuclear energy as well, should be on the list, whether they should be called green or transitional forms of energy. Finally, just before New Year, the European Commission published a draft proposal which proposes the classification of gas and nuclear energy as climate acceptable. And this proposal was sent to member states for deliberation. Advocates of the proposal, which is aimed at focusing the investments into the production and energy supply within the European Union, claim that gas is cleaner from alternatives such as coal, and that nuclear energy produces zero carbon emissions. The opponents, on the other hand, reject these options, referring to the sustainability of the environment and calling the taxonomy even a false climate action. Judging from it all, it turns out that the gas industry, after a long struggle, has managed to weaken the criteria of sustainability to its own benefit, and that actually provides for a role in fossil gas and its energy future for at least a certain period of time in the future. All of this is taking place in the European Union, which is supposed to be a leader in politics. When it comes to climate, its policies tend to impact those in other parts of the world, because of which this policy can globally be considered as a leader of the green transition. When it comes to climate neutrality by 2015, when it comes to ambition also, we do not really see much of it. The second ambitious goal are expectations from all sectors, including the energy and industry, who are supposed to reduce their net emissions by 55% compared to the period from 1990. And they should do this by 2030. This means that the green transition has to be the backbone of strategic deliberations in any economic activity. There's no area that will be circumvented by the change, from the stricter rules for trading in GHG emissions, increasing of energy efficiency and share of renewables, new transitional means and infrastructure, all the way until the adjustment of the tax policy of every European member state. The process is definitely not easy, nor is it cheap. The energy development strategy for Croatia assesses that only for the transition of the energy sector by 2030, we will need more than 140 billion kuna. But we should understand that decarbonization and green transition do not have an alternative. The question is only of how fast this will be done. But the actual price of not doing anything and by excessively using the resources is much higher. Only those companies independent of the sector and the region they come from that prepare on time and adapt to the requirements of green transition will be competitive and prepared for increasingly demanding market competitions. To what extent is Croatian economy ready for green transition and climate neutrality is something we studied and explored last year throughout the summer months. The Croatian Chamber of Economy, together with the consultancy company, and the analysis showed that over 60% of studied companies, including energy companies, do not perceive green transition as an opportunity for business operations and for development. As the most significant obstacles in the implementation of green transitions, the companies identified financing of projects, legislative framework, and administration. And they also lay great importance on the financial component, and they expect the most opportunities for that from the new financial framework by 2027. Although green transition is not dominantly perceived as an opportunity, the majority of respondents have at least project ideas, and some of them even ready projects, and they want to invest into the increase of energy efficiency, infrastructure, use of renewable sources of energy, and innovations and new technologies. So, according to the result of our study, the Croatian economy, including the energy sector, is not quite ready yet to embark on a green transition in terms of strategy, resources, technology, or finance. As the carrier of green transition, it has an arduous task ahead of it, but we also see a gap between the current situation and the final achievement of ambitious objectives of strategic sustainable decarbonization. And this is our reality in Croatia that we have to face. This is our position from which we start and embark on decarbonization. Thank you very much. This is an introduction into the panel that is following. Thank you once again to Madam Ščulac-Domac. It's time now for a second panel discussion, energy security and investments. with the following participants: Tomislav Plavšić, chairman of the board of the Croatian transmission system operator; Marijan Krpan, president of the Croatian Hydrohybrid Agency; Davor Grgić, full professor at the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing; Dražen Jakšić, director of the Energy Institute Hrvoje Požar; and Zlatko Bukovac, director of Soltec. This panel discussion will also be moderated by Marko Biočina, assistant chief editor-in-chief of Jutarnji List. Gentlemen, please take your places on the stage. Feel free to sit wherever you want. So once again, good day to you all. First of all, I want to thank Madam Ščulac-Domac. I think in her short presentation, she gave us a good introduction to see what actually are the coordinates from which we embark on energy transition, this green transition, as we've heard so many times. And after the first panel, where we tackled the market, the basic intention was to, in this panel, tackle investments and this frequently mentioned energy mix. But not just in terms of the production mix, but also all other investments which are needed to be able to provide through the green transition an adequate level of energy security as well. There are many topics that we are going to discuss, and some of them have already been mentioned in the first panel. But Mr. Jakšić, just to go back to the question of energy security as the very beginning of this panel. From your perspective, to what extent can we be satisfied with this level of energy security that we have now? Well, first of all, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation to the conference. In order to be satisfied with the energy security or with the level we have achieved, or if we were satisfied, we would not be here discussing the prices, the gas crisis, the government interventions, and so on. So the current level is something we cannot be satisfied with. When we look at what is happening, of course, the major aspect in that is the level of self-sufficiency in terms of energy, and it's actually decreasing, and today it's at about 50% of production, which is produced from domestic sources compared to the total and overall energy needs of the Republic of Croatia. This, of course, means that we are exposed to external trends and market trends, and of course we are not isolated. This whole, let's call it energy crisis, is not something specific for Croatia, not even for Europe, but rather is present on the global level.
Of course, the trends are also positive, but negative as well. What I've just enumerated is the cut in the share of national self-sufficiency in energy is something that exposes us to some risk. On the other hand, an increase in production of energy from renewables that has been considerable in the last 15 years increases energy security. And we've also heard of LNG terminal, which has allowed us to have new supply routes, also contributes to enhancement of energy security, and especially measures in energy efficiency that reduce the ultimate consumption of energy, also reduce the need for import of electricity. So there are different types of impacts. And in fact, what the current so-called energy crisis indicates is the importance of energy transition. That is, of transition to low-carbon sources and national production capacities that will allow us to have higher self-sufficiency regarding energy supply, but also lesser exposition to external effects. Thank you. I think this is a very good introduction because you've covered it. Actually, you put it more simply. And we could say that the basic fundament of our insecurity is a lack of our own national energy production or insufficient production. But when we refer to production in the first panel, we did reach a consensus. I don't think we have ever seen such a consensus in Croatia regarding any topic, which is the huge potential of solar energy. Mr. Bukovac, you're one of the leading, or even you have the longest track record in solar development in Croatia. I think that finally you are seeing what you've been expecting for so long. But what is our real potential in solar energy? And to resolve an eternal issue, which we were able to see and notice, is given the prices, the current prices, and the low or lower price of technology and a higher price of final energy, could we today develop solar energy without the subsidies so that this entire story could be put ad acta? Because we know how controversial it is. First of all, thank you for your invitation. It is not the first time that I am participating in this type of conference. And 5 years ago, I did say that after we needed what we needed to develop technology and to develop technology of source at affordable prices. And of course, the increase in energy prices has now brought us to the situation where we don't need subsidies. We can develop ourselves. For instance, 5 years ago, the cost of solar power plants was lower not only in comparison to coal or gas, and it is relevant, and it could exist in the market without the subsidies. And now, when you're asking me of premium systems, I think there is a very good combination, because all developers, or those who wish to construct this type of power plant, they need to have certain warranties, long-term agreements. Unfortunately, the banks have more understanding. Unfortunately, they have more understanding. Energy is in the focus. In the first panel, you did refer a lot to solar energy. So after 40 years that I've been in this branch, I find it very agreeable. On the other hand, we do need to obtain certain warranty for the final product, which is energy. So I'm not really sure that the premium system would be good. I would, for instance, suggest 60 euros, but this would provide only for bankability. So the agreements would be there, but this is the minimum that any bank would accept. Any smart determinant of transition, of course, includes certain hedging at the level of Europe, because they will know that they will not go below it. So the government or taxpayers would not have any obligation to co-finance, because this has always been, up to now, expressed in the media. Why would we need to pay anything to anyone? On the other hand, the price would not be dropping, and this guarantees profitability to future investors. Now, I put it quite broadly. No, it's good, because we will go back to this topic in the light of new circumstances. But just to move on with this first round, Professor Grgić, if somebody asks me, I think it is the 5th edition of this conference, and if anyone was to ask me what is the major difference in comparison to the previous 4 conferences, I would immediately bluntly say the last part of Prime Minister's speech, where, without any hedging, he says that, of course, on the table as an option, we also have nuclear energy. This is something that is changing, and ultimately we see also the case of this famous taxonomy. And we know that there are certain specific, I wouldn't say projects, but the perspectives in which direction it would go, first of all, through this announced project of Krško 2. So what is the case? What is the situation here? What is Croatia's position? What are our resources? And how do you see the position of nuclear energy in the future Croatian mix? First of all, thank you for your question. You are definitely right, especially in the first part of your question. You know, when George Balašević said, well, that's it. This is what we've had in energy so far, but Krško has always been here and operational all the time. Somebody noticed it finally. Now, when I did refer to Krško, and to answer your question, I would like to say that our ultimate current interest as of the Republic of Croatia is to have this nuclear power plant working and operational for another 20 years, because there is no faster, more affordable and more efficient type of energy. And when we are discussing transition all the time, we are referring to transition, somebody has to take this burden of transition. And such sources could do it so that the other, let's say, renewable sources could get involved more comfortably. So when we skip this part of the narrative, then we have to have foresight about the future. For instance, this 300 megawatts will disappear, and even if it starts with 2043, everybody takes it for granted. But this power plant has many other things to meet before this. When is this decision going to be taken? It has to be taken before the official end, but there are many things that the power plant has to meet. For instance, it had a very intensive investment in upgrade of its security. And people say, yes, this is a power plant, even those who are not against it. These are the power plants from previous centuries, not only last previous century, but the one before. So this type of power plant is much more secure and safer than before. On the other hand, it was originally licensed by the U.S. regulations. And now we have to have this periodic safety review every 10 years, and this is now undergoing. And also you have to transpose part of your used fuel to your drive storage, and also nuclear active waste, which two republics have to do together. And eventually, then Slovenian authorities could say, okay, now you can move on. So this is this type of a process. And you're asking me what happens after that. Well, in fact, there are two options. We could say right now, this is not something we are interested in, but I don't think it would be an intelligent answer. This type of energy is a type of diversification in the energy mix, and it should have its position. And there are two options. One is to invest jointly with another country in a large facility. Of course, naturally, this country could be Slovenia, because we don't have such severe experiences that we couldn't continue collaboration with them. And if Slovenia is going to construct such power plant, it will be on this site. And this is important for us, because this is how we resolve the north part of the country, because we have investment in renewables in the south. And if we ignore the upgrades in our grids that are important for renewables, then we see the importance of this northern part. And small reactors are also important, because it may have been a futuristic perspective before, but it no longer is. But somebody has to do it first. And these things are very close to the US, to Canada, and it will be very close to Europe. And then this capacity in Krško 2 could be 1 or 2 modules for Croatia. And then again, I would say that nuclear energy has a certain overhead, and this overhead could be called nuclear dried fuel, but also the power plant is not a banana plantation. This is a huge investment. You have to be very careful. If you are careful, it will be safe. Somebody might say that this is not for us. What are we going to do with this extra capacity if the overhead is huge? But we have to know that this overhead should be done even now. So we have a relative benefit for something like this. So we have people who are educated. We have people in the industry who know something about this. So I wouldn't like to keep you longer, but this is something that we will definitely go back to. Yes, we will go back to the issue of small reactors. I think it's a very interesting topic, although maybe not well known in public. But before that, to go back to Mr. Krpan. You had a very good introduction by Prime Minister, because he said that he expects a lot from nuclear energy, and you are going to explain it to us. But it seems to me that it's very important, because what nuclear energy serves us for in the new energy mix, which is this low-carbon, reliable energy, basic energy. Some people say that this is no longer used as a concept. This is something that could be provided by geothermal energy, and solution to another problem, which is decarbonization of heating, which is going to be a huge challenge. So where are we now? What are our potentials? What is being done in this respect? And how do you see the development of this branch of energy? Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your question. So this potential and this challenge, as the Prime Minister says, was recognized in 2018 when the Act on Hydrocarbon Exploration positioned the agency as an authority in charge of this potential. We call for tenders, and I think that in the last 3 years we've done a lot in the promotion of this potential, which is huge and considerable. Geothermal potential of the Republic of Croatia is based on the fact that we actually have geothermal sources, because our average gradient is 4.9. So at every 100 meters in Croatia, the temperature increases, unlike in Europe, which is at the level of 3. So in such respect, we could say that we've approached the analysis of all the data available in our database. And these are numerous data. First of all, about the wells that include, for instance, the period starting with the Second World War and the territory of Serbia, Hungary, and we have more than 4,000 wells. We singled out 200 of them, for which we are sure that provide geothermal potential, which was tested, and during drilling, they actually exceeded their targets. They were not able to find conventional stocks of gold or oil, but they were tested, and we know the capacity of these layers. We know the temperature, and we can rationalize certain potentials on the surface, no matter whether we want to build power plant, electricity power plant, or we want to develop heating, or maybe we will use it to produce or to have potentials for agriculture. So these 200-odd wells, we had even more detailed analysis that resulted in 40 prospectuses, as we call them, available for the development of geothermal waters for energy purposes and for the electricity production, and about 30 of them for heating. So this is just a quick look screening. The point of this whole narrative is that the Pannonian Basin is a huge playfield, and the water could be used here in this way. But how did we envisage it, given the fact that we are people who are a bit frustrated by the fact that agency is only a catalyst of processes? So then we said, okay, we could push it up operationally. So the agency was nominated in this NPO, actually now NRRP, as the Prime Minister highlighted in his introductory speech, 230 million kunas for heating, geothermal heating. This is where we've singled out 6 areas in which the agency is going to screen seismic aspects, actually do all those activities prior to drilling. And then on these sites, together with local self-government and municipalities, we will drill minimum two wells, so that we can put into operation the potential that such sites provides. At the same time, we would like to become operational, which is why there were amendments to the Hydrogen Exploration Act, because the agency, on behalf of the Republic of Croatia, could be in charge of exploratory works. So this is going to be prepared firstly, and then we'll call for tenders. But these tenders will then have different characteristics, because for one geothermal project, we need to know that 50% of CapEx accounts for the works under the surface. So what we can expect is to have larger interest in developers and investors and municipalities, because they will have the burden of such exploration on them. So this is a type of subsidy at the level of CapEx for the future developers. Yes, exactly, something like that. Together with the fact that this is certainly risking, because the exploration, as much as we say that such potentials have been verified, always carries certain risk, because those potentials are not fully explorative, because these potentials are just appraisal. So we know about them, but we still have to define much better their extent. I know that we cannot be precise, but what would be some general time frame? Because we have certain experience, we have a nuclear power plant, we know how it was developed under the different circumstances. Well, yes, it will take a couple of years' time. Very soon we'll be able to carry this through. In 3-4 years' time, this is how long it would take. In terms of the section regarding this exploratory part. But in terms of development of a single plant, well, we think 4 to 5 years from exploration to production. That's how long it would take if the developer is fully equipped, so to speak. This would be the time frame. Okay, Mr. Plavšić, we were able now to hear different takes and different ideas on the potentials and production, and how we could increase our production, also increase our security. So it's up to you, or HOPS, better to say, somehow to put it all together, and at this umbrella level to take care of it all. So what is your take on security? And to extend this question and say, from your perspective, how do you see this ideal energy mix? So this is the story that we come across all the time, from one conference to another. This is a repetitive story. First of all, I would like to greet you all. Thank you for your invitation to participate in the panel, and thank you for your question. Well, for the very start, when we refer to the role of operator of energy system, that is HOPS, and the issue of energy security, we have to say that HOPS, based on the national and EU legislation, is obliged to monitor energy security and sufficiency of Croatian energy system. And these are all elements of energy security. HOPS, as such, deploys very exact methodology agreed upon at the European level. First of all, it looks at the installed capacities in the territory of the Republic of Croatia, as well as available cross-border capacities.
So we can say that this methodology is focused on medium-term energy safety, and it follows the possibilities of production or procurement, in this case of electricity. Currently, in the context of this, we can freely say, energy crisis, or this rampage of prices on the energy market, we have to say that in comparison with all other aspects, technically speaking, there are no disruptions. We do have certain failures that we had on power plants in Serbia and Kosovo. We all heard about this, but generally speaking, in the region, not. There are some problems with nuclear power plants in France, but generally speaking, more or less, the situation is quite normal in terms of power plants. In terms of supply chains or supply directions, the grids and capacities, the situation is normal and usual for this time of the year. Nothing special is taking place. And we actually see, and the other day there was a report published that the European reference price for the third quarter went 200% up, the reference price of electricity. And for the fourth quarter, it's going to be much more. Compared to the same period of the year before, we saw an increase by 300% or more, an increase in price in the energy markets in the previous period. So very probably, this aspect of sufficiency and energy security will have to be redefined. It is also important to mention and stress that in case of a shortage of energy, and in case a certain supplier does not manage to procure energy for the next day, then definitely the transmission system operator is the last line of defense, which is going to procure this energy, whether on the domestic or on the foreign market, through different mechanisms that we have at our disposal. And we are going to stabilize the energy system as we have been doing. In the calculations stage, the costs of energy that we had to procure because of the rebalancing, we're going to have to charge them to the supplier. But what if we cannot collect from them? What if they're in bankruptcy or something? Then the situation of this energy crisis starts to directly impact the business operations of the transmission system operator, the TSO. So in that sense, any energy crisis is in a way very critical for the TSO as well. We see now in France, as it was mentioned already in the first panel, that according to the order by the government, the French electrical company is obliged to provide for the suppliers the electricity price below the market price. And this is not just salvaging the suppliers, this is also salvaging the TSO. Some countries cannot afford to do this, as we've seen in December, the situation in Kosovo, with the failure of some key thermal power plants, rampaging prices in the surrounding countries, and suppliers and supplying companies in Kosovo did not manage to procure energy. Unfortunately, the Kosovo TSO also did not manage to do this. He simply had too few possibilities available. And what happened? The Kosovo system had permanent deviations by over 200 megawatts hour. And this also impacted the electrofrequency of the European energy system. And it was not the suppliers who were warned about it, but rather the TSO, the transmission system operator. He received a stern warning from Europe to reduce the rebalance of the Kosovo system to within the limit. So any energy prices, of course, affects the operator as well. And as I've already said, the operator is the last line of defense. But definitely, we always need to undertake measures to stabilize the business of the TSO and to avoid any crises in their business operations, because at that moment, it will be very difficult to do anything else. But if you ask me about an ideal energy mix, well, if I speak on behalf of the entity with the basic task of providing for a stable electrical system or energy system, then we would say that the ideal energy mix in an ideal utopian world will be the one where all of the sources have stable production, have predictable production, have easily procurable energy products or fuel, and with regulation possibilities. That's the ideal situation. But also, we absolutely have to take into account the green transition. We have to take into account decarbonization. It is unavoidable. It is necessary. But what I think is that in doing that, we need to provide for a moderate trajectory. I think this was mentioned several times today. So we need some sort of a moderate trajectory to reaching those final objectives of a completely decarbonized system in parallel with the entry of increasing number of renewable sources in the energy mix. We also still need to preserve the classical technologies. And when I say that, I referred to fossil fuels and gas power plants, but at the same time, we also need to work on introducing new technologies and mechanisms that are going to allow for flexibility, because flexibility is the key here. Partially, of course, it will be provided by the classical sources, but we also need to work on new mechanisms, on energy storages, on management of demand, by introducing active buyers, on more connections in the sector, and all of that at the end of the day should also be accompanied by a thorough modernization of the energy infrastructure. In other words, reconstruction plus construction of the new grid and also the use of advanced IT technologies. In my opinion, it's a must in order to not have this green transition end up in a cul-de-sac. None of us want to see that happening, but we simply need to be aware that there are certain preconditions and a certain trajectory that has to be defined. Today, we also heard that someone saying that the green transition is somewhere out there. Yes, it is somewhere out there. We see it, we know what it is, but we need to define the trajectory and the route to get to it. I think it has to be moderate and that we all, in the end, be able to bear fruits of decarbonization, or rather pick fruits. Yes, I do hope that this will be as successful as you've mentioned at the end of the day, because there's no alternative to it, and we all know it. Mr. Grgic, Mr. Plavšić mentioned flexibility, and one of the criticism in terms of nuclear power plants is that they cannot recycle. So how are they going to behave in the future system? But it seems to me that this is one of the issues that are being resolved with these modular reactors. Well, you know how they say, no show, no dough. France has 75% of installed capacity in nuclear power plants, and it can recycle without any problems. So you can make a nuclear power plant a bit dynamically more demanding, which means much more expensive, but you can also have the basic one. Krško was envisaged as being able to cycle power, but over time, whether the basic is only working, we gave up on a part of those possibilities, but it still can impact the regulation of frequency and everything else. So the next step was the following, because German power plants also had no problems with flexibility. So the next step was, if I'm supposed to guarantee flexibility, then it's easier to do it with the lower unit capacity. Some other power plants have lower unit capacities, and it makes sense, so to speak. That's why those small modular reactors are built to be flexible. They have to keep up with renewable sources in many different ways. One of them is in a way similar, because it's similar to what renewable sources say. Renewable sources say, well, I will produce when I can, and I have a tank or reservoir next to me to store things when I can. And with nuclear energy, you can say, well, I can always produce at full capacity, and if I have any excess, I will put it away in a buffer. So it's not a matter of technical issue whether nuclear power plant can be flexible. It's a part of the nuclear economy. If I, as a source of relatively high investment costs, well, I have to work to make a return on the investment. So that's that part of the story that we have to be aware of. So small renewable reactors, or rather small modular reactors, make sense insofar as they can be built quickly, in 3 to 5 years, lower financial burden, higher security. They can be located closer to certain other segments, and these are all advantages. But I would ask another question. we have not quantified this problem enough. For instance, we can say what the current burden is for our system, then we can say what the current install capacity of wind is in that system. When speaking of the potential of geothermal, I would like to know how I can express it in megawatts of electrical installed capacity. That's how we should discuss these questions. For instance, as for the nuclear power plant, 350 megawatts, and you have it here all the time. Everybody should be able to say that for themselves. That's how an energy mix is done. Mr. Krpan, do you have a figure here to add to this discussion? Well, yes, we are sure that the overall potential of geothermal Croatia is over 1 giga of electricity. Yes. But this also includes a lot of thermal energy. So you said 1,000 megawatts. Well, okay, let me say this. I remember when the Hrvoje Požar Institute conducted detailed studies on that. So it was 50 megawatts, then we went up to 100, then 200. But I think 1,000 is a bit exaggerated. So I can talk about potential. Potential of nuclear fuel is 70 times higher than what we use now. We have to talk about what is reasonable and what we are able to do and which is economically reasonable. Well, I answered the question what the potential is. Now, what is reasonable to do depends on the price, among other things. So if you set up a model, then this figure is achievable and reasonable also. If the price used to be at the level of 40 and now it's 150, then you'd be surprised how many oil and energy companies are interested of investing into geothermal. I agree that the Institute conducted these studies and obtained these results, but I will allow myself to say that at the agency there's a know-how which arises from INA and which is slightly differentiated. The level of knowledge in the agency compared to the consultants, who, of course, I highly respect, but we are very convinced that this potential is really of a global scale. Not just we. This was also recognized on the European level and on the level of the European Geothermal Association. There's a bunch of companies which are currently present in our virtual data rooms, because there is a data room which we have organized, are definitely not here by chance. People from the Philippines look at this potential. People from Indonesia do so. And these are countries that produce, and you know how much they produce, several gigawatts. So they would not look at this by coincidence. So, as I've said, we have a history, we have huge potential in all of that. It's just that we need to create models, business models, which make it possible for investors to have a return on investment within a reasonable time period. Mr. Bukovac, and what is the potential of solar power plants? Can we qualify it in a way? We know that theoretically the potential is huge, but as Professor Grgic said, the real potential with what we can realize in view of all the other restrictions and limitations. Of course, the potential is huge. First of all, there's a lot of potential on the roofs, which are underutilized. We've been talking about this for the last 10 years. The roof has the function of defending us from rain and giving us some sort of a protection, but it's never been really discussed in terms of producing energy. I'm not going to talk about power plants and so on. Let's say we have 500,000 households which use something like this. So it's good to have a southern orientation, even though it's not necessary. You can actually have the roof turning any part of the world. But what am I talking about right now? I'm just talking about electricity. I'm not going to talk about heating. So let's say 5 kilowatts is sufficient for a household, which it is going to provide on an annual level. But it is easy to calculate what the potential then is. It is very big. This does not require global investments and major companies that are going to invest into it. This was done by the Germans a long time ago, for instance. They say, I have some money, I will invest it into my own future. That's a matter of mentality. But the slogan, I have my place under the sun, to this I would add, in addition to having your place under the sun, it is God-given to produce energy for your own needs. This is also now a sociological aspect, democracy. And for now, we have a centralized sort of point of view. We have a place where the energy is produced, major companies, and so on. But the transition that we are talking about, not just the transition of technology, whether we are going to use a part of the gas, colored greens, to make it more appetizing, and so on. Technologically, everything will be possible. But here we are talking about another principle about the democratic aspect of the sources of energy. Here we have a lot of obstacles. An old system and so on. The potential, in other words, is very big. I'm not going to talk about gigas or teras. My idea is that from the solars and wind, we could also add geothermal here, so 30% of electricity imported for our needs, as all countries try to produce as much as possible on their own. And if we have all of that in account, we were supposed to become energy exporters a long time ago. I've been saying this for years. Insulation is stronger in Croatia than it is in Munich, for instance, even though they are financially and technologically stronger. So there is a series of elements that we could talk about here. But I would just like to put it out there as my contribution to the topic. Professor, yes, the floor is yours. Okay, so you can fail to see the woods from the tree or the tree from the woods, and some don't see anything. So sometimes we try to divide the problems into smaller parts in order to resolve them, but this does not mean that they converge always. I completely agree with this personal approach, but when you take a step back and look at the whole, is this the most cost-efficient way? That's the question. So solar is handicapped in terms of not being existent in the night. So I need to have a buffer where I put this. So now we need to have the whole energy system as a buffer. Somebody has to pay for this in many different ways. It's the most cost efficient to have a battery tank next to all of them. So somebody has to put all this on paper and see whether it's sustainable. If we want something to be sustainable, we have to look at the material sources, not just the sun. I want to know how many batteries I'm going to need, how many copper or aluminum I'm going to need on my roof to stay on the surface. So it's very good that energy has this democratic aspect. It sounds nicely, but we are all on the same planet, and we have to make sure that it's good for all of us. So this is just a view from the other side. I would just add something to this. New technologies are always follow up on the old one. We do have distribution. We do have existing systems. We do not close them. They're just backups. So nobody's saying that we need to put solars into every house. And we're not saying that everybody has to do it right away. This is of modular type. When the time comes, when the conditions are created, this will happen. But there is distribution, there is transmission, there are nuclear plants already, there are gas plants, they're backup. So if something works right now, and if we manage to transform all of our devices and optimize the use of energy, regardless of the increase in population and so on, we can use all of that. It's just that the grid is not able to keep up with your current. That's the problem. Mr. Plavšić, is the grid able to keep up with it? Well, if we again go back to the trajectory or to route that we should follow to reach a completely decarbonized energy system. When speaking of the variability of renewables, they, of course, require accompanying technology which will be able to regulate them. Because of their nature, because of their production, we cannot use them as regulation devices, or not, at least not to the extent that we would want to do so. Today, when it comes to Croatia, first to reflect on that, and when it comes to regulation reserves, because of the entry of new renewables, we can say that this has so far been in a minimum amount used by the TSO, except in the negative direction when the traffic is minimum at night and we don't have wind, for instance. Why is it so? Well, that is first because of the high-quality planning, and on the other hand, HOPS participates in the international mechanisms of sharing regulation energy, so it's also easy to compensate there. But in the years ahead, we will see, as we do already, for instance, the wind farm Siječnja, which will be the biggest wind farm in operation. So these will be the sources that will have to plan their production on their own. So it's possible to expect more frequent and more significant deviations from the plan, which will then definitely require the operators to provide additional regulation or regulatory reserves.
What I think in this context, and I also agree with everything that my colleagues have just said, especially Professor Grgić. So in the context of the future, the crucial question will not be how much or to what extent of stocks, but what are the sources that will provide us with flexibility. So whether it's going to be one technology or a mix of technologies and mechanisms, to what extent the consumers would get involved, which again depends, and we've heard it also, of digitalization and the opportunities of using this potential that we have in households in terms of regulating the power system. But I would like to reiterate that we will need to find the solutions so that the green transition would not meet a dead end. This is crucial. The sources of flexibility are important. But to highlight it again, and I already did refer to this in the last year's conference, and I ended with that, I think that green transition will really be successful and complete the moment when we, without any disruptions, without any issues, will be able to have a cold winter's night without wind. So 25th January, yesterday, was such a day. We had a peak of burden, and we had this peak. The production, in terms of covering this need, the solar power plants and wind, of course, solar was zero, and we don't have the storage for them, but the total coverage by solar and wind power plants of this peak was 5%. The rest of 95% last night, we are referring to the entire night, so 5 hours, sorry, from 5 in the afternoon to 5 in the morning was accounted for from other sources. So I'm not now trying to say that green transition is impossible, because I also want us to get there, but we have to be reasonable. And we have to know that every such activity or action has its reaction. So last night, I think we were all comfortable in our homes. We were not aware of having electricity. We were watching TV. But the operator of distribution system wishes us to remain like that, so that the next 3 generations could also function like that within their households, with enough heating and enough electricity. But again, this arises, or actually this brings us to another question. And we heard it from Professor Grgić. When we are trying to find a qualified answer to the question of our energy mix, this is something that has to be calculated. We have to use certain metrics to be able to end up with something comparable and something that helps us find a decision. and take a decision. So we have solar, but we see that it doesn't account for everything else. We have this SEO, but it doesn't include maybe everything else that as a society we should take into account. Because I think it's very important whether we have our economic resources or not, which is also something that should be put into this equation or into this formula, so-called social formula. How to calculate this? Is there something that will help us to come up with an answer, qualified answer, or are we always going to just use different figures from different perspectives? Well, if you are referring to the context of optimum energy mix, we definitely have to consider all the technologies available at hand. Diversification is definitely one of the ways to increase energy security and self-sufficiency in this respect. All technologies have certain pros and cons. Of course, green transition, first of all, represents a significant increase in renewables, but it also includes certain cons in terms of costs, manageability, lack of predictability, and other technical elements that are needed to enhance the grid, but there is also environmental impact. And today, if we want to develop big wind farms, which is a positive trend on the one hand, but on the flip side, it has an impact on habitats, on biodiversity, and other elements. So none of the technologies have only advantages. But what we can notice as incumbent of these technologies that are available concerning energy transition is that those technologies increase CapEx and decrease OpEx. That is, we have less and less variable costs, and investment costs are considerable. It refers to renewables, but also to nuclear energy, because the price of fuels is rather small share in the final price of electricity. And we can say that somehow this is this aspect of security because we can reduce volatility. Decarbonization is somehow an equivalent to the volatility of the market, and in that respect could provide energy security and better resistance to energy products costs. Of course, this is going to have impact on certain changes. I think in the previous panels, we also talked about market design, because if we have a look at electricity, then we see marginal costs or the costs of the most expensive unit, and this is gas. So the prices are not now 4 times higher because the production of wind or gas or solar has increased. They've actually increased because of the increase in the price of gas. And that's why electricity price has increased. So one segment, which is in the entire mix, may be not so important in the total or overall production of electricity. So this indicates that the transitions, according to these low-carbon technologies, actually brings us security in terms of lesser. We are not so exposed to short-term trends and volatility in the prices and price shocks. But this is how we should consider all these technologies. Nuclear has its advantages because of stability, safety, predictability, and also in terms of its price predictability, knowing that it changes every 18 months, that it is a smaller share in the total cost of production, and in such respect is not so exposed to some market trends in terms of wind farms and solar power plants. It's even less so. And the optimum mix, of course, depends on the targets. Some targets are very clear, that to prevent climate changes or to mitigate them, we cannot prevent them because we already see how they come about and what their effects are. But we definitely need to reduce CO2 production, and we have to go in the direction of these technologies, and we have to find the optimum. Of course, everyone from their own aspects and their own baselines or starting points or technologies that they address is going to give is going to be in favor of certain technologies. Diversification is an imperative. Maybe 1/3 of nuclear, 1/3 of solar and wind, 1/3 of hydro would be, from the aspect of lesser exposure to market trends and with sufficient self-sufficiency with impacts on the system, and the need for additional energy storage would be something where we should strive, where we should turn to in the upcoming future. Well, this is very specific, but what you did refer to, it's interesting that these interpretations of the market, marginal technology is the one that defines the price in the market, which again then has a certain consequence, which is logical. For instance, if an increase in gas price is a result of Vladimir Putin's actions, it seems that Vladimir Putin at the moment is the best counselor to renewable investors, because he is the one who generates the market price, which is far above the production price. Which brings me to the question. Mr. Bukovac, initially, you did refer to premium models. Well, I have a problem with that, and I wanted to ask the minister, but we had no time. So as a consumer of energy, we had a system. We had feed-in tariffs. We are not now going to elaborate on them. They were as they were. We paid for them, and they were quite above the market, but technology was developing. But now we have significant wind farm producers who are coming out of the system. And meanwhile, the situation in the market has changed. The price is higher. They are no longer in a feed-in system. The production price is low. And now, of course, they have PPA according to this high market price. And now I feel a bit stupid as a consumer. When the market was low, I paid high, and I paid for that investment considerably. And now we have market in the highs, and I still pay high. So it is similar with the premiums. Of course, it's not a problem to determine the level that will facilitate the investment, but perhaps we could have an upper limit, a ceiling for this upper price. But given the fact that this is here, and I have a certain disadvantage because through this guarantee I did finance it, and I know that it will be available, and I will have certain privileges regarding the price in the market. I did understand you. So this is where we have no such concern. Of course, you also need to be lucky, as always in business, because gas is now Putin's leverage, and maybe it is in renewables' favor because now the price is high, bankability could be achieved much faster. But I'm going to flip back to why I said we need to do nothing. But we only need for developers to implement their project. Of course, when I say low enough, for instance, 60 euro for green energy, because now maybe it could be 70 or 80 euros, but this would be enough for the bank to start with investment and to support the developer or the investor. And when the project is finished, well, this is a very similar narrative to feed in. As, for instance, we educating students for free, they go to Ireland, now we should bring them back. Or we have a better market system in the US. You pay for your schooling, and then you can go wherever you want. So now with feed-in, we had different things. There were many who had certain amounts. For instance, biomass, we did a lot. And I said that biomass should not be subsidized, because when it arrives at the market, and at the time it was 40, 50 euros at the market, it could no longer exist. So now, to cut the long story short, The premium is high enough for bankability, but what is the risk? Because every business includes risk assessment. What is the governmental risk? Well, very small, that the energy will drop and then all taxpayers will need to add 10 euro or so per megawatt hour. This is an assessment, but also you can do it in the upper hand, which means that I know that it will not drop below 30 or 20, and then we could hedge the upper part. We could share the profit in the part when it's 70, 80 for the developer, not for us as consumer, but even it could be 100. So this could be regulated. Maybe I was too extensive. No. But let us go back to these technologies that we refer to. Because now we are referring to the market and we are referring to new sources. So, Mr. Krpan, there is this other part that helps us, or could help us, partially to achieve green transition with existing technologies, which is carbon capture storage. We know that it is still poorly organized. There are a lot of unresolved issues, but it has certain potential. This is also under your competence. Yes. The idea for CO2 capture storage is important because of climate targets globally. This is a problem. But when we are referring to the global level, just a sentence or two to bring this issue closer to you, because last year, 2021, according to survey, and oil exploration was actually a flop. Actually, the biggest discovery last year was in the Mexican Bay, 75 million barrels. Daily, the world spends 100 barrels. So the discovery of last year was not enough for even 1 day of consumption, global consumption. Very soon, in the process of green energy transition, we are going to encounter a problem that the analysts already call production gap. So a production gap that will define the price of oil and very often of gas. And which is the fact that right now we are producing 100 million barrels. We need 101.5 because the oil is rising. And in order to be in compliance with scenario 1.5, do you know how much the world should spend? It should spend 38. Which is now a very nice challenge, as we heard from Mr. Čorić. So between these 38 and 100 is a huge space where we need also to include renewables, but also where should we store CO2 emissions. The agency has currently initiated a very comprehensive study because we have certain experiences from INA in terms of using CO2. In this case, CO2 is used for enhanced oil recovery. This is a process that allows us to have oil production at the same level. I mean, it is not dropping. It is at a feasible level, which means that from Podravska field, we could bring oil to other parts where oil is injected into oil field. So of these 100, 80% is here. I mean, it remains here. And this is the storage that Europe does not accept as this type of storage. So this is actually not considered something that Europe would be ready to subsidize. So definitely we are now in the phase when it's clear to us that the potential of Eastern Slavonian fields, these fields nearby Beničanci, is much higher than the potential here nearby the Sava River. And we will need some time to evaluate this. Definitely, the biggest player is INA, as Mr. Falshman said, because INA is somehow connected with the production of oil and gas because of concessions, and it has its existing infrastructure. And it poses itself as the biggest candidate for operationalization of this process. So this is the phase we are in. Definitely we have a potential. This is going to be a very interesting business in the future. And just to add, because I did mention this Podravska field and Benichanci, I have to say that these fields are nearing the end of their life cycle. So this is a silent asset, like we heard of nuclear power plant Krško, because for many years we had this type of production that somehow facilitated gas production. Now this has dropped. And in terms of depletion, we will have infrastructure with 50, for instance, wells. And we had a very good permeability and flowability. We had an interest in interest of many companies in transforming this into other types of energy. Professor Grgić, we have to address this topic because it is inseparable from nuclear power, and which is security. When you speak of sustainability, then it could all function, as we said, on paper in our calculations, but in the end, we live in democracy, and the citizens may not accept it. So the citizens might say, I would rather freeze in winter cold nights than to be exposed to nuclear disaster. Of course, the fear is not rational or it cannot be affected. It's just this type of category. We've seen it in this pandemic. But what could we say regarding security of Krško and future projects that you alluded to, whether it's going to be a big nuclear power plant or smaller modular reactors? Are they safer than the bigger ones? And according to what?
Well, on a simple basis, if you're worried about radioactivity, then you should have smaller ones. If you're capable of providing for a long-term exit of heat, which is actually the only real problem of the reactor, once you stop it, you need to continue to cool it. You have to keep doing it. If not, you have a melt, and if you have a melt, then you let it out. So a good part of the nuclear power plants has turned to that even if the power plant is lost through an accident, then it shouldn't have an impact on the environment. There are two types of technology. One kills you slowly without you noticing, and the other one kills you rarely, but you very much notice. You cannot fight human feelings. One of those feelings is fear, and the alternative is a rational approach. You can say, okay, I'd rather have 3 cold nights without electricity, and then you can count how many people are going to die during those 3 cold nights. Just as if we've seen with COVID now, someone will drink a glass of cold water and die, and somebody will be completely unaffected by it. So if you look at nuclear power plants, they are a potential danger which you are able to control. At home, you have electrical installations or gas installations. They're potentially dangerous technologies, depending on how you use them and how you approach the whole matter. Every once in a while, you hear someone dying of CO2 exposure or of an electrocution and so on. But what we try to do and create as a must for this technology is that it must be safe. If not, you can forget about it. The problem with nuclear energy is that for its opponents, it's not cheap or it's not safe or so on. It's always something that it's not, but nobody says what it is. They are safe if they are used reasonably. These are not plants that you can use on the base on as saying, well, let's try. That's not it. The worst thing that can happen to you if you put a photovoltaic plant on your roof is that you have to take it off someday. For instance, if you take a plane to the US, it's a risk. You could take a ship, but you're in a hurry. So no technology that is potentially dangerous should not exist if there's a chance or there's a possibility to replace it with an alternative but safe one. So we are talking about technologies which are simply necessary at this moment. That's how we can look at it. Okay, well, nearing the very end of this panel, although I would love to continue this discussion as I find it very interesting. But Mr. Bukovac, since there is this consensus about the solar plants, what can we do to accelerate things in that aspect? Well, I think that things have been accelerated relatively well, although we did have a slow start, especially in Croatia. I've been in this for 40 years, and I can say I'm still alive. It could have happened that I wasn't any longer. So what else can be done and accelerated? Well, of course, these accesses to the regulatory type of meeting one's own needs. So this should be simplified so that we don't have to wait for it without having long lists and so on. This can be done as it is done in the Western countries. This doesn't require much brains. You just need to copy it. But the systems we are already doing in this whole transition will also have to include the users, as the professor has mentioned. For instance, if someone is cold for 3 nights, they're not going to die, but they too are going to have to give up on a certain comfort. So transition is not just in terms of technology. All of us have to pitch in when it comes to transition. So we need to optimize everything. Nobody is going to die from it, but, well, they maybe end up in hospital. Well, okay, then we could move the discussion in the completely different direction. But let's go back to our topic. So today, with some 20, 30, or 40,000 kuna, you can hedge yourselves for the volatility of electricity for one's own needs. I'm not going to talk about major systems now, although I make a living from major systems. We also do 100 megawatts and more, but of course, they are going to rely on old technology and distribution, but the same goes for 100 megawatts in nuclear power plant. It will also have to have the infrastructure. I was just talking about something that we produce and directly consume on the spot. But nowadays, this is very cheap. Everybody is going to turn in that direction. Some countries have not only forbidden gas now, but the problem is still volatility. And it's another thing that everybody will, when building a house, for instance, in addition to 12 or so permits that you need, will need to have a 13th permit for energy, for instance, because they will have to put photovoltaic elements or collectors. Some countries have done this from Israel onwards. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. The biggest thing we lack in the energy system is vision. We are a closed system. When somebody in the transformation of information, of people, these were only visionary people. In the energy system, there are structures which moved from coal to steam, from steel to liquid fuel, and so on. So we have some sort of petrification in that system, but we need a little bit more vision. As the professor said, we do have technologies, then there's no problem that cannot be solved, just a matter of a when. But I think we're lacking vision, and visionary will definitely need it, because when I take a step back and look at what we're talking about, we're saying that things will be increasingly difficult. We will invest more and more. It will cost us more and more, and we'll also have to adapt to have consumers look at when they'll have the electricity and not as they do now. So if a layman stood aside and looked at us, that's how he would see it. But that's the danger now. Nobody wants to pay more for a poor service. The same problem is present with the waste in Zagreb. Mr. Ajic, for the end, there is one topic I have to raise. It's rarely mentioned in conferences, but it's very important, and that is the energy efficiency, because the most efficient way is not just to act on the side of the supply, but also the side of the demand. And I suppose that the profitability of those investments increases in that aspect. What's the situation there? Well, energy efficiency, or the principle of energy efficiency first, was always in the focus of the European Union and European Commission in all of its policies, including the Fit for 55. We have to say that in that segment, Croatia has done significant step forward in that segment through the energy renovation in buildings. And these are projects and programs implemented very successfully using EU grants and domestic sources of financing. And we really have made a lot of progress in that aspect, of course, with an increase in the efficiency of machinery, vehicles, and so on. When over more than 20 years ago, we projected increases and consumptions, it was always closely correlated with the increase in GDP. We no longer have that. Our current primary energy consumption is more or less at the level of the year 2000, whereas GDP increased 2 or 3 times in that period, which is again a consequence of investments into energy efficiency. It's not that we are cold at home, not watching TV and using electricity, but rather that we do have electricity with a lower consumption of primary electricity. And if I look back, if it were not for the measures for energy and efficiency, we would now be in a much worse situation, and we would not depend in 50% on the export, but in 70%, and we would be much more exposed to crises of this type. So this is definitely a segment that a lot of progress has been achieved in so far, and that we need to continue working on through the stepping up of energy renovation of buildings and the use of new technologies. Primarily, I'm referring to heating and cooling in households, including also electrification of those systems and also decarbonization of the district heating sector and increase of energy efficiency. Yes, there will be a lot of challenges in this district heating, but this perhaps require a separate panel. At the very end, Mr. Krpan, there's an oft-quoted statement by Sheikh Yamani, the Stone Age did not stop because of lack of stone, and oil age is not going to stop because of lack of oil. But it seems to me that will be a lot of work for oil companies even after the oil era is finished. Absolutely, you're right. Recommendation to young people, then, is to work in that profession in the future as well. Yes, why not? The geothermal potential is here. We have the information. I'm sure there'll be a lot of work there. Europe is, objectively speaking, limited in terms of oil potentials and gas potentials. We need to find a substitution for all of that. We have all of the preconditions to be players in that arena. And there are also some other ideas with regard to CO2 and how to use it for some other things. We are a little bit of visionaries, so we are going to keep this for some other occasion. And finally, Mr. Plavšić, I can just wish you fewer cold nights without wind. Thank you very much. I think we should wish this for all of us. What I would like to say in the end, also inspired by the colleagues and what they said, yes, green transition will cost a great deal. And the question is just, do we have an alternative? If we have no alternative, then that's simply the direction we need to go in. Green transition on the side of the production technologies as was the case before and will continue to be the case, will be the issue for the private sector. The private sector will make investments there, but also, as we've said, there will be no green transition without massive modernization of the energy system or electricity system. We need to find financial resources to invest into the infrastructure as well. We are currently reviewing a study which we have commissioned from the Hrvoje Požar Institute and the Faculty of Electrical Engineering and Computing, where the first estimate for the accelerated scenario of the integration of renewables by 2030, which is far below the requirements which you see in the HOPS website. It would require investment into the grid of about 3 billion kuna. Of that, through the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, we'll manage to secure 1 billion kuna. So the question is now where to find another 2 billion kuna, which will probably be at the expense of the operator, which means at the expense of all of the users. And this is the accelerated scenario that keeps us far from all of the requirements. If we take a step further, and if you opt for the scenario by 2050, it seems to me the scenario, which is a bit milder, this is another billion kuna. And again, we are just talking about the infrastructure and about the grid. We have not even touched upon the digitalization, system management, energy storage, and all of the advanced technologies. We knew even before that this will require billions and billions of euro, dollars, not to mention kunas. But pretty soon we're not going to be talking about kunas, we're going to be talking about euros. So this will have to find this money from somewhere. So yes, it will cost us. The green transition will cost us. Okay. All there's left to do is to announce in the same sentence the end of this panel and the end of the era of cheap energy. Thank you very much and see you next year. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear invitees, dear panelists, all of you who were with us through the Jutarnji HR portal, thank you all for being a part of this conference. I believe that we have all learned a lot of useful things, and now it's time for the informal part. You are all invited to lunch. Until next time, goodbye and thank you.